Good morning. Good morning, everyone from Washington, D.C. And I'm delighted to welcome you back to day 2 of the 79th Plenary meeting sessions. And today we have 2 very exciting sessions on sustainability and labeling for you. I'm delighted to welcome for the first session Dr. Adama Coulibaly, a good friend of ICAC. It's good to see you again, Adama. And he will be chairing that first session. He's the Director General of the Cashew and the Cotton and Cashew Council in Côte d'Ivoire. But before I hand over officially to him to open that first session, let me just run through a few administrative points for you. So the first one is, if you haven't chosen your language for translation already, you can do that in the top left-hand corner. Choose the language that you want the sessions to be translated into. The second one is, if you want to see the presentations in full screen, you need to click on the 4 arrows in the bottom right-hand corner of the presentation screen. Thirdly, and most importantly, we're not able to monitor everyone in the chat. So if you do have a question, please raise your hand by pressing the green button, and I'll be then able to call on you to ask that question when we get to the Q&A session. And finally, a lot of you have been asking, are the presentations available? They're available at the end of each day in the events page on the ICAC website. So with that, I now will hand over to Dr. Coulibaly, who will now open the first session. Over to you, Dr. Adama.
Hello, I'm Cater Hay, and I'm extremely pleased to join you at the ICAC Plenary. I have so many fond memories of visiting with you all from around the world in the hallways and sharing interesting cotton activities and concerns. Hoping we can do that next year. Let me just jump into my topic. What is sustainable cotton? And anytime I have a really difficult presentation, I throw it up against the whiteboard as ideas and sort them and let them fall into their own order. So this is my talk for today. Looking just at the objectives, I want to convey the complexity of cotton sustainability with some new concepts. I want to recognize that answers must be locally tailored, and I want to encourage optimism and your collective action in the sustainability space. Just as a terrible example of the complexity of agriculture, this is around Lake Erie, where farmers were conducting no-till, which created macropores in cover crops, which temporarily stored nutrients and left that connected with the tile drains, which then allowed entry into the fields for timely planting and harvesting. All good, but the outcome was bad because you not only lost phosphorus when those cover crops were terminated and the water-soluble nutrients went down the macropores and out the drain, obviously contaminating lakes, but as we now know, contributes a major portion of the global methane production. Methane is growing in importance, partly because our backs are up against the wall, but partly because it's such an incredibly potent greenhouse gas, and it does have a very short lifespan. So just this picture of a methane plume from a gas leak in California illustrates how science can measure this, but agriculture is being asked to play its role as well. Looking at further science on the impact of phosphorus in fresh lakes and rivers, the scientists anticipate that we're going to see increased methane production to the point where it could be a third of the greenhouse gas contributions from fossil fuels. So a really serious concern going forward is phosphorus and methane. So let me jump right into what is sustainable cotton. We can look at a long time frame because agriculture has been with us for 15,000 years for animal agriculture, 10,000 years for plant cultivation, 6,000 years for cotton cultivation, and these dates are constantly being pushed back by new discoveries and new tools. But that's beyond our control, or beyond our planning. So we really need to think about their trajectory of that long term, and that brings it into a near term, the impacts that we can have for our grandchildren, for methane, which is a 20-year, or the 5 years that scientists say that we have to really turn things around to avoid exceeding that 1.5 centigrade target that was highlighted at Glasgow, that's really on life support. The challenges for sustainability, in my opinion, number one is climate change because of its threat to human sustainability. You know, we have other threats as well, but they're secondary to climate change. And so focusing just on food, feed, and fiber production, climate change with its impact on temperature and rainfall variability are our biggest threats because we grow almost all of our agriculture outside where it's exposed to those threats of temperature and rainfall. The rainfall intensity, most of us are very familiar with, every 1 degree increase in air temperature leads to a 7% increase in water holding capacity. So you got more water up there, more water comes down. And this actually is even more intense because when it starts to come down, it brings other nearby water with it. So the duration is more intense in addition to the amount of water. The impact on temperature is well observed around the world. Impossible for me to explain, not being a climate scientist, but we recognize the extremes of both cold and hot that we've seen in the last 5 years with climate. A secondary sustainability concern is nutrients, because unfortunately when food is consumed, those nutrients are not recycled, just outside of a very limited area, and where they are recycled in a primitive manner, it's a sanitation challenge that we don't want to have. Although we have an unlimited supply of nitrogen to make fertilizer, the cost to the environment is huge. And we have a limited supply of the other major nutrient, phosphorus, that is mined, and the mines are being depleted, creating lower and lower percentage material. And I've just touched on the environmental cost, not only of the release, but also the manufacturing as well. Nitrogen fertilizer, just well recognized in our life cycle assessments. Over half of the greenhouse gas impact comes from fertilizer, primarily nitrogen, but a whole bunch of other impact categories impacted by fertilizer. The ammonia is just now being recognized as another environmental concern with regards to agriculture and our atmosphere. Just a fantastic recent paper looking at how ammonia volatility from both the use of manure on the surface or fertilizers that release ammonia on the surface contribute to health concerns of pollution, PM 2.5, that we've all heard about. And although the chemistry is fairly complex, it's the combination of the ammonia with the sulfur from coal that creates these PM 2.5 particles that are damaging for our health. In some countries, particularly Northern Europe, are getting very advanced in ways to handle manure to minimize that. Pest susceptibility is a third area of sustainability concern, because we only have a few ways to kill insect, weed, fungi, bacterial, or nematode pests without impacting humans. And even some of those modes of action are being reevaluated for harmful impacts. And we know of very few ways to make crops less attractive to pests, but that number is constantly being expanded and explored with science, because the wonderful tool of gene editing is ideal to make unattractive cotton. And the herbicide modes of action is a well-known story. About 1980, we stopped, discovered a new mode of action every other year, and been flatlined while the weed numbers keep increasing that have resistance, and weeds that are resistant add multiple modes of action. So a real dire situation with regards to weeds. Looking at the gene editing, this is one of the first papers on gene editing in cotton, and the proteins that are used with clever scientists that identify the gene sequences that they want to target. Then the multiple runs of this create small little deletions and occasionally an addition into this space. You can see the location is precise. It's not totally precise what it does in there. And so that is a concern that's being alleviated. This is a recent paper by FDA regulatory scientists, and they comment on the recent expansion of these enzymes that cause gene editing, how those are much more precise. And so the science community is just on a roll with making better and better gene editing capabilities. And so these can be applied to crops such as cotton. This is cotton-specific work to make plants that are less attractive to both insects and pathogens by targeting a molecule oxylipin. And the heavy part of the science is figuring out the biochemistry, the tissue specificity, and the precise genetics to go after with that gene editing tool. And these scientists, Rosie McGarry and Brian Ayer from University of North Texas, are taking it even further and developing a rapid gene editing capability within cotton. This has been done in other crops, but it's new to cotton, being developed to use viral transporters that then take those editing proteins into the meristem, where then you can get changes in tissue that would lead to seed. I'd like to wrap up here by talking about optimism and cotton's role in sustainability, and we'll bring it back to what is sustainable cotton. Cotton's just got a wonderful set of tools to be sustainable. It does a fantastic job of removing nutrients that are left over from other crops, such as corn and peanuts, nutrients that might have contributed to groundwater contamination if it weren't for the rotation with a deep crop, such as cotton. It's highly drought and salt tolerant, which extends the ability to utilize soil and water resources that cannot be used for sensitive crops. Obviously, it provides food, feed, fiber, and cash, which allows farmers to purchase those things they can't grow, such as education and healthcare, and housing, and maybe expanded nutrition for their family. I think probably the biggest cause, and we'll spend the most time on it, for optimism is the role that farmers play in creating and using innovations. And they go across every crop that farmer produces, and they're passed along from multiple generations and neighbors and friends. And so an innovation which is discovered in agriculture is magnified both over space and over time to a tremendous degree, more so than in other industries. The optimism on gene editing is displayed with this map of the world, compliments of Andrew Connor of BSF from October. So the green countries are those that have made positive declarations regarding gene editing regulatory structures. The light green are in the process. The positive directions, the yellow, are having discussions, which is really good. And you see very few yellow or restricted decisions. So a huge opportunity right now for gene editing to improve agriculture and cotton. The cotton plant is ideal to address climate change. We talked about that taproot, but also its desiccation tolerance allows long-term flowering. And if there is a break in the weather, there will be seed set that can be harvested with fiber. And depending upon that break in the weather, yields can double or triple. And also a very timely rain, 4 to 6 inch rain or irrigation precisely placed can also have dramatic impact. It's because that desiccation tolerance of cotton allows it to sit and wait. Farmers are driving innovations in cotton, and in my opinion, probably across agriculture. I'm just going to call out a few from West Texas. This seems to be a hotbed of innovation in that area. And these farmers are so eager to share. They let me take pictures of them and share them in stories and with other farmers. And so Chris Verrett in Walls, Texas, is looking at summer cover crops as a way to supercharge the health of his fields. Carl Pepper is looking at innovative weed control that just disturbs the soil in a shallow way, controlling weeds without herbicides. We have the hoppers who are looking at perennial summer dormant cover crops that protect the soil and then go dormant in the spring, allow production of a summer crop such as cotton on a wide row spacing when water is available, or growers like Dalen Hancock, who use their high level of business skills to very carefully evaluate when to put in no-till, just what makes sense. And this time when I visited, he had just installed 1,000 acres of no-till, following a grain crop because all the stars lined up financially for him. And the collaboration of these growers with scientists really supercharges the activity and bringing that broad collective of scientific expertise with the broad collective of a grower expertise to address sustainability. But it's not just the 1,000-acre farmer that impacts climate change, because a 1 meter separation can have a dramatic impact on what happens in that field. These are two plots side by side, and you can obviously see the impact of zero till on that healthy soil versus tilled annually. And so let me applaud GIZ for supporting the ICAC effort to bring innovation to small farmers, particularly farmers that may not have the language skills and need to have innovations brought to them in their own language. So my hats off to both ICAC and GIZ for this, because the science, the machine learning, and the satellite capabilities that can be brought to bear on agriculture are just phenomenal. Here's a great article looking at what you can learn from satellites for biodiversity applies equally as well to agriculture. And so if a farmer has a smartphone or access to one in the community, they can really tie in with a tremendous amount of knowledge from around the world. And this allows growers to share innovations that address their local concerns, because farming is all about the local constraints and concerns that the farmers face. So let me just conclude by bringing it back to what is sustainable cotton. And sustainable cotton is that which addresses critical human needs and challenges. And right at the top of that list is climate change, but also we have nutrient availability, that long-term challenge for food and feed security, and then also our ability to manage pests. But climate change is number one. And so thank you for listening. I look forward to seeing you in person. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. And I look forward to sharing some thoughts and hopefully some Q&As when it comes to the end of the session on the integrity of organic cotton. I'm Lca Pepper, the CEO and co-founder of Textile Exchange. Also grew up on a cotton farm in West Texas. So cotton is near and dear to my heart. And I'm looking forward to, again, this conversation with you today. So let's see if I can get the screen to work. A little bit about Textile Exchange. We're here, the verbs in our mission statement are inspire and equip. So it is about getting brands and retailers in the industry moving along that continuum of best practices. And it's about equipping people with tools, resources, reports, and information to help them along that journey. It truly is about accelerating the adoption of preferred materials through clear and actionable guidelines. We actually envision a global textile industry that both protects people and the planet by positively impacting our climate, the soil health, water, and biodiversity. And that, a little bit biased, the numbers, we have over 660 members, we have about 40,000 sites that are certified to our standards in over 75 countries. Just a couple weeks ago in Dublin, we had over 1,900 people involved in our Textile Sustainability Conference, and about 500 of those were in person. So it's great to be engaged in a community that is making things happen. One of those things that we're working on together is our Climate Plus strategy. We have a bold and courageous goal of working together to come up with a 45%, minimum of 45% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030. But we want to do that in a way that is also positively impacting soil health, water, and biodiversity. We feel like these things underpin strong and healthy and resilient communities. The plus sign also means that it's grounded in partnership. So we can't do this alone, and quite frankly, it's an all the above strategy. Our Climate Plus strategy means that we can no longer do business as usual. It's about slowing growth. It's about having more durable and long-term high-quality products. It's about an aggressive substitution of more preferred materials. The innovation gap also includes that we have to learn more about what circular systems mean, how we can put that into place, and certainly what the promise and the potential that we have through regenerative practices across all of our land-based fibers. It's only going to be through this all the above strategy that we're going to truly be able to deliver on this. And part of this is that continuous journey toward leaving the status quo that has created the poverty, the problems, the pollution that's been degrading practices, into improved practices that minimize the harmful things that are going on, into regenerative and restorative practice that are both progressive and advanced, implementing regenerative practices, organic and circular, to truly deliver on our Climate Plus strategy. So that brings to the whole system. It's like, how do we have integrity along this journey? So when I think of the word integrity, it's about personal integrity. Well, then that means we act according to our values, our beliefs, and the principles that we hold. If we're talking about the integrity of a building, for example, the one that's over my head is like a storm will come, and it means if the integrity of the building is sound, then that means that it is solids construction. It's going to be a safe place to be. And if we're talking about a product, it's about consistency and uniformity, but it's also about the lack of corruption. So the word integrity is one of the things we're going to focus on today, and the other is organic cotton. So we're going to put the two of those things together, but I thought I'd share a little bit about organic cotton and the systems that are already in place. So organic cotton comes from organic agriculture. It's not just about a single crop. It's about all the crops that a farmer can grow. And IFOAM International defines this as a production system that sustains the health of soils, ecosystems, and people. It relies on ecological processes, biodiversity, and cycles adapted to local conditions, rather than the use of inputs with adverse effects. Organic agriculture combines tradition, knowledge, innovation, and science to benefit the shared environment, those shared watersheds, and to promote fair relationships in order to have a good quality of life for all involved. So it is a holistic approach to agriculture. There's many facets of organic agriculture, and this little wheel on the right gives a lot more details. But when we, as Textile Exchange, built the cornerstone of what we wanted to do with our Climate Plus strategy, we really felt like it was important for us to focus on the soil health, the water, and the biodiversity. The other thing I think is important to note here is that organic is not a purity claim. It's about a production claim. It's how I grew this crop. So organic is also protected by legislation. Organic, in fact, is the only agricultural production system focusing on sustainability that has actually been codified into law. These laws are in place in Europe. India has the National Organic Program for Organic Production, and the United States has the Department of Ag's NOP program. This means that the term organic has greater legal protections and legal scrutiny than any other green claim out there. So how integrity is built into the organic system. National laws and regulations govern the organic standards and claims. IFOAM, as I mentioned, independently recognizes the credibility of particular national standards in its family of standards. I've given you a reference here on the right for you to go to the website if you'd like to have more information. These national systems have accreditation bodies that are government run in many instances, or can be independent entities that approve and monitor independent certification bodies. Third-party certification bodies perform audits on the farms to verify that organic producers meet the strict national regulations addressing methods and materials allowed in organic production, and also address chain of custody through the finished products if so desired. This is what that looks like. The government or the scheme owner sets the rules for the farmers and the claims. The accreditation body monitors and gives oversight to the certification bodies, and the certification bodies actually do the audits and for the conformity of the rules. And then there's the certified farms that come under different certification bodies. All this rolls up into building integrity within the system. So if you wanted to take that cotton bale and turn it into a product, it's going to have to go through a number of different steps. There's 2 basic standards that cover that, leaving the farm all the way to finished product. One of them is our own, the Textile Exchange Organic Context Standard. So it's a chain of custody standard that allows an ingredient claim to be made on the product. So I could say this shirt is made with organically grown cotton. The Global Organic Textile Standards also has the same chain of custody, and it also encompasses dyeing and finishing and standards and workers' rights, providing the manufacturer's ability to make a product claim. These are both private voluntary standards that go beyond the production laws established by the country. So the countries grow it, the certification bodies certify that this cotton is organic, and then it can come into one of these voluntary standards. Both of these standards use a scope certificate, which actually goes to the mill, to the farm, to the manufacturer, to the weaver, to says, here's what this certified site is able to do. It spins, it weaves, whatever the case may be. And then for each time that fiber is sold, there's a transaction certificate that follows that cotton all the way through. So this is what that looks like as well. So each stop along the journey has a scope certificate, but then as that product is sold, transaction certificates are issued. Textile Exchange has digitized the system and has also, so you both have the traceability and the transparency, and also have the opportunity for volume reconciliation in order to strengthen the systems that are in place to support organic cotton. You should know that institutionalizing, excuse me, I can't even talk this morning, institutionalizing integrity in organic supply chain is a strong program for us. We feel like it's our cornerstone fiber and our cornerstone crop. We understand that integrity is critically important to the organic cotton supply chain and network. And I would say challenges integrity are not new, and they are not unique to organic cotton. If people want to take advantage of a system, they're going to do it. They're going to try to find a way. What we can do is look at the complex issues that are there, identify the root causes, and understand that they can evolve over time. So we need to keep our diligence going constantly. So we are taking a multifaceted approach to strengthening integrity in organic cotton. And here's what that looks like inside the system. So if they're using the system of the organic content standard, then we want to make sure we strengthen our standards to reduce the opportunity for some of these integrity challenges. We've made significant investments in centralizing and digitizing our certification data for volume reconciliation and traceability. That's both the scope certificates and the transaction certificates. We have improved and require continuous improvement to the certification bodies and the accreditation bodies on auditing requirements to detect the supply chain substitutions and challenges. We have increased oversight of certification body activities. We've actually banned CVs and traders that have been found to be engaged in fraudulent activities. We instigate and request investigations where reports of fraud are alleged. We conduct and are doing an increased number of shadow audits all along the journey. And our senior leadership within Textile Exchange monitors integrity issues with monthly meetings. And we have a broader community integrity task force to make sure we keep these issues on the front burner, and where there's innovations in some of these challenges, we're innovating as well in order to make sure that we are protecting the intrinsic value of the cotton that that farmer has invested in. The other thing is that we do collaborate and share and monitor results as members of ICEAL with ICEAL and with other standards and other standards organizations in order to make sure we're strengthening the system all across the board as we're able. I would say the biggest opportunity for fraud is not inside our systems, but outside of our systems. So this is someone who's just going to wake up in the morning and say, oh, I'm going to put an organic label on this shirt. And there's no background, there's no backup, there's no foundation for that claim. So what we do for fraud that has been happening outside our system is, number one, we educate the stakeholders and say, if it uses the word, they need to be able to back it up. So we talk about risk, we talk about how to identify it, mitigate it, and prevent it. We also monitor the marketplace. If we're finding product that is using the word organic, we investigate. You know, are they inside our system? What's going on? Was it an accident? We talk to them first. If they're involved in actually trying to misrepresent a product, well, then we turn them over to the appropriate authorities. We also work with compliance on how standards and certification can provide assurance. We work with ICEAL and other organizations within governments and regulatory bodies to be in sync with them. So we want brands to know their supply chain, their fiber material suppliers, and really understand where it comes from. We also get our brands and retailers to be involved in Plan for Planting in order to be able to remove the incentive and take out some of the opportunities that are out there where people want to take advantage of the system. So what can you do? We recommend that brands and supply chain partners invest in developing policies, outlining your response. We would also say, when you hear concerns, investigate them and immediately capture evidence and corroborate claims. Share evidence of investigations with the relevant authorities and stakeholders. Collaborate and share monitoring with trusted partners in order to provide the right culture and environment for integrity to flourish. And the reality is, as I said already, integrity is not just an organic cotton issue. It is a cotton issue. It's about the crop we love, because it's both an opportunity and a challenge. Stronger regulation is here right now, and it's coming for more regulation around environmental and social issues, whether it's going to be carbon or the type of labor that's involved, or the type of handling, or the number of pesticide sprays. Greater regulation is coming. So cotton has a significant opportunity in both the present and future time to play a role in being the preferred fiber of choice when it comes to mitigating climate change. We have huge opportunities when it comes to carbon sequestration, strengthening and building biodiversity, really the water utilization, not only what we're using on the crops, but the impacts we're having in the fiber sheds and the watersheds. The other thing, I think cotton has a huge opportunity when it comes to building resilient rural communities. As a rotational crop, cotton can play an important role as a cornerstone crop, providing not only cash crop for the fiber, but revenue for seed as a protein source for livestock. And in some villages I've visited, those stalks provide fuel for kitchen fires. So I think we need to take a fresh look at cotton and really look at the opportunity to tell the story of the farmers that are growing it. Make sure they have the training and the opportunities to participate in these identity preserved markets, and really tell the strong story that cotton can tell when it comes to being a fiber of integrity that is making a positive change and a positive difference in when it comes to climate change in rural communities. This is the reality, folks. We've got to move cotton along this continuum. We've got to move away from the status quo. We've got to move into improved situations where we are actually practicing restorative and regenerative agriculture. So we're excited about working with cotton. Again, cotton is near and dear to my heart, and it is a cornerstone fiber for textile exchange as well. Here's my final thoughts on organic and preserved cottons. We need to make sure we're adopting best practices with stringent and transparent verification systems without the use of greenhouse gas emitting fertilizers. It's the best solution for mitigating and reversing adverse climate change effects at this time. Organic, the word organic is the world's most highly regulated agricultural production system, Hence its popularity with brands. They can make a claim, make a label with confidence. But that means that there's also people that are going to try to take advantage of that. No system is immune to integrity challenges. Putting the most intensive restrictions in place to prevent it is vital. So is educating the players to recognize, prevent, and address it. Ultimately, we have a choice to be part of the problem or part of the solution. I look forward to continued conversations around this. My email is here. It's lorraine@textileexchange.org. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction and opportunity to speak at this August forum today. Good morning and good evening to all the global audience. I am Anupam Gupta. I am part of the senior leadership team of Cotton at Olam. I have been in the textile industry since last 25 years and have had the opportunity to see both the cotton production and textile processing firsthand. The COVID pandemic in last 2 years has brought the narrative of sustainability and traceability center stage in almost all walks of life, including textiles. I believe that cotton, with its positive attributes of being a natural fiber, which breathes and is biodegradable, is likely to be a major beneficiary. In next few minutes, I will present my perspective on challenges in sustainable cotton supply chain. Let's look at the cotton textile value chain. All of us are familiar with it. It begins with the farmer who grows cotton. He gives it to the ginner or gins it himself, wherein the cotton is separated from the seed and put into a bale form, which gets sold to a merchant. The merchant manages the price risk, organizes the logistics, and delivers it to a processor. At the processing end, we have the spinner who converts the fiber into yarn, the weaver who knits it or weaves it into fabric, and the fabric then gets dyed or finished before getting delivered to the garmenter, who converts it either into a garment or into a home textile, which then enters the retail mall and gets sold to the consumer. It's a pretty long chain, but primarily it is divided into two aspects. One, the cotton production, and then the processing. Let's look at the status of cotton production currently. 26 million tons of cotton is produced across 64 countries on 32 million hectares of land, which is about 2.5% total arable land. The largest producers of cotton are India, China, USA, Brazil, and Pakistan. Almost 60% of the cotton produced is done by smallholder farmers. And these smallholder farmers average about 2 hectares of land, mostly in developing countries. They are some of the poorest and the most vulnerable in the world. Average yield, global yield is 800 kgs, but this range is very wide. It can be as low as 130 kgs per hectare to 2,200 kgs of hectare in countries such as Australia. The cotton sector, it directly supports almost 350 million people. Of these, there are 100 million farmers, mainly the small farmers, and about 250 million people are part of the textile processing. Cotton has a share of 24% amongst all the fibers used in the textile industry, and it is losing share. In 1990, the share was 42%. It has come down to 24% now. We believe that cotton is a fiber of choice. It's hard to imagine that there could be life without it. It's natural, it breathes, and is biodegradable. But there are several challenges coming in the wake of cotton production. On account of climate, on account of water scarcity, on account of soil degradation, and increasing pressures on agricultural land. Therefore, we really cannot assume that we will always have supplies of cotton going forward. Moving on, the status of textile processing. This is all starting from spinning until dyeing and finishing, and then garmenting. This is capital intensive. It is fragmented, and each process, particularly the spinning, knitting and weaving, dyeing and finishing, can be done exclusively in different places, maybe in even different countries. Only a few players globally are really integrated, which means they will buy the raw material and turn it into a finished textile product. The garmenting part of this processing is labor intensive and has expanded into Bangladesh, Vietnam, and now moving towards low-wage countries such as Cambodia and Myanmar. This is primarily focused on jobbing, cut, make, and trim, and largely dependent on the retailers who will place the orders on them. The textile industry, it keeps on moving across countries. When we look at the history of cotton textiles, it has moved from Europe to now the Far East, moved out of US into the Far East, and this keeps on traveling around based on the economic factors such as raw material availability, labor and energy costs, preferential access to markets, perhaps through duties and incentives from local government. The processing industry has a segmental approach to sustainability. So each of the processors are focused around energy efficiency, waste and water management, use of organic products, use of dyes and chemicals which are biodegradable, and primarily focused on compliance to local laws. So it's a segmental approach to sustainability. And the brands and retailers really hold the key. They are the ones who create the pull for the cotton textiles right through the chain. And the entire chain is dependent on the orders being received from retailers and brands. But their interface, ironically, is just mainly limited to the garment manufacturers, and they do not, or at least as of now, are not going down the value chain up to the grower. There are moves towards it, but those moves have been very slow. The moot question here is this cotton textile value chain, is it organized to offer a sustainable product? And let's look at it in the subsequent slides. The fashion industry is considered highly polluting. It produces almost 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions and 20% of global wastewater. And the fast fashion is considered the culprit there. It's characterized by short life cycle products, inexpensive clothing, frequent replacement, and thereby resulting in increased textile waste, all of which obviously impacts the environment adversely. It is said that every second, almost every second, an equivalent of one garbage truck of textiles is estimated to be landfilled, and all of this is waste textiles. There are concerns around environment, and the consumer sentiments continue to grow, and therefore putting a lot of pressure on the fashion brands to identify means of moving towards sustainability, reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, and each of these, the fashion industry has taken targets of how to go about doing this. So is fast fashion, is it really sustainable for our climate and communities? That really is the most question. If not fast fashion, what? And how do we reorganize the supply chain, the textile value chain, to be able to cater to the consumer sentiment? We believe at Olam that it requires an integrated approach towards sustainable fashion, not fast fashion, sustainable fashion. So social and environmental sustainability has become a priority for all the textile companies now, and the governments as well as the consumers. The consumers are focused around ethical sourcing. They want to know where their product came from, how is it made, what is it made from, and they like to be associated with responsible brands and retailers who have committed to social and environmental sustainability. The consumers prefer organic, biodegradable, and cotton, therefore, is gaining momentum, gaining preference over the petroleum-based fibers. There is also preference for local buying, such as Australian consumer will prefer garments or textiles made in Australia. US consumer wishes to buy products which are made in USA. The retailers and brands who are really creating the pull through the textile value chain, they are also having a difficult time. They have committed themselves to sustainability. Almost all of them have said that 50% of their products will be made using sustainable raw materials. They need to navigate fast changing consumer requirement and shifting supply chains. Plus, they have to manage demand volatility. They realize that additional cost of sustainable sourcing will be expensive. However, all of this can be offset if it can be managed through responsive supply chains, which can help prevent excess production, reduce waste, and increase efficiencies. they are looking for complete sourcing solutions. They are willing to commit themselves to go down the value chain to be able to integrate all the players there and look out for complete sourcing solutions. These complete sourcing solutions will also help, rather than focus on sustainability at a specific level. It will help us get into product level sustainability. The global supply chains, which have also come under severe pressure in last 2 years. Everybody had focused on just in time. The supply chains had got fragmented and moved into areas which were low cost. And therefore now there is a need for balancing efficiency with resilience. And therefore everybody, all the retailers are looking for diversification of production networks. These global supply chains need to be responsive, they need to be agile, and they need to be demand driven. Demand driven sourcing at scale and speed seems to be the answer. And that can only be managed if there is an integrated approach towards sustainable fashion. All of us know about retailers moving towards China plus one policy. China had become factory to the world, but now people want to become less dependent and therefore will like to move out at least part of their production out of China, and they're therefore looking for alternate sources of supply. What exactly is sustainable cotton? This is a very broad framework, and we refer to it as preferred cotton. Any cotton which was produced conventionally, which now is getting produced and has a lower environmental impact and a higher social impact, can be termed as preferred cotton. Of course, these cottons which are being produced, they will be using regenerative agricultural practices. This will result in climate resilient crops. It will provide socioeconomic stability in the cotton growing regions. It will create a positive socioeconomic impact. And the farmers will be primarily focused around stability of income, improving the working conditions, as well as focusing on rotation of crops for the smallholders and looking at fiber, fuel, and food. Cotton production, which is less harmful for environment, which helps improve the soil health, improves biodiversity, reduces water use, reduces energy usage, reduces chemical fertilizers. All of these are termed as preferred cottons. All in all, it reduces GHG emissions. And cotton, being a natural fiber, it degrades, it biodegrades, and therefore is a preferred fiber because it does not result in microfiber pollution. So any cotton which has a lower environmental impact and a higher social impact can be termed as a preferred cotton, because there is no standard definition for sustainable cotton. And there are several programs across the globe, all programs which meet this criterion of lower environmental impact and a higher social impact, a positive higher social impact, are being termed as preferred cotton or sustainable cotton. The leaders among them is BCI, or Better Cotton Initiative. Cotton made in Africa, cotton produced in Brazil under Abrapa, cotton made in Australia through the Better Management Program. All of these cottons are termed as preferred cotton under that broad umbrella of being lower environmental impact, creating lower environmental impact, and having a higher social impact. Moving on, what exactly is a sustainable textile product then? Of course, it has to be made from sustainable raw materials. It has to be processed through transparent and traceable supply chains, and must have an improved ecological and social footprint. So all products, all textile products made from sustainable raw materials, which are processed through transparent and traceable supply chains, which have an improved or a higher social impact and improved ecological footprint, will be termed as sustainable textile product. We will now go through a couple of slides, and I will brief you about how Olam is going about it, or how Olam is contributing towards this. We are the largest merchandiser of cotton with global presence. We are present across, our current activities are primarily anchored around cotton production, which is farming, ginning, marketing, and logistics. So we produce cotton or help farmers produce cotton, and we deliver the cotton in bale form to the textile manufacturers. We are the second largest cotton merchant. we have leadership positions in almost all the major producing and consuming countries. We are #1 private ginner globally. We have almost 20 gins spread across Australia, US, and Africa. We have successfully implemented what we call the integrated ginning model, which is really the small grower sourcing model, and we will dig into it a little deeper in the next few slides. This is primarily anchored around Africa. We have an extensive global network of more than 700 customers, and almost 140 of those are integrated mills. We have been dealing in sustainable cotton, producing it and merchandising it. And we have tried to deploy digital capabilities across the chain so that we are able to make the supply chains more responsive and transparent. If we look at on the global map, the red circles give out the percentage of marketing share in each of those markets, and the green circles give out our share of origination in those markets. We have an extensive grower network, and we are able to provide full traceability from farm to fiber. Almost 80% of our volume, and we do about almost 1.7 million tons, is sourced directly from the growers. These could be large growers, as large as 50,000 hectares and 100,000 hectares, like in Brazil, or they could be small growers who are averaging about 2 hectares in Africa. Our model, we have our own farming in Australia and Brazil, and we do guided farming, or we engage with small farmers in Africa, what we refer to as integrated ginning. Because of the visibility right across the chain from farm to fiber, up to the delivery of that fiber to the mill, we have complete visibility and therefore are able to offer farm level traceability as well. We have dedicated network of growers, and we deal in some of the finest of cottons, which includes US Pima and Egyptian Giza. Because of our extensive presence across many countries and an extensive network of growers, we are able to implement social impact projects in collaboration with several of the DFIs, the developmental financial institutions like Bill Melinda Foundations, MasterCard Foundation, Mitsubishi Corporation, and we're able to do this at scale. We are currently doing trial runs for producing organic cotton in our integrated ginning projects in Ivory Coast, Chad, and Togo. A little more on this. This is really where we come in and try to create a positive impact, both on the environment as well as on society. We engage directly with the small growers in some of the African countries. And this is really a mutual beneficial engagement, wherein we help the growers improve yield for cotton as well as the food crops, thereby providing them economic stability as well as food security. We help them with good agricultural practices. We train them in good agricultural practices. We provide them with mechanical support, and therefore are able to build farmer capacity so that the area under cotton production can be expanded. Because we have full visibility over the entire supply chain, we are able to focus on operational efficiencies, assuring quality, as well as offer sustainable cotton with first mile traceability at the farm. Because of this engagement with the village communities and in collaboration with the developmental financial institutions, we are able to engage with the village communities through social projects and create a significant impact, which again builds capacities of these village communities. We have certain in-house projects, mainly on the digital front and on the sustainability front, wherein we are able to now footprint each bale of cotton of what kind of social impact it would have created while being produced from the farm and being delivered to the mill. Our primary focus has been in Africa, mainly Ivory Coast, Chad, and Togo. We believe that the potential to increase cotton production in these countries is very high because the yields are very low in these countries, and there are several bottlenecks in the supply chain which can be managed. We currently engage with about 325,000 farmers, small farmers in these 3 countries, engaging with them, helping them grow cotton on about 480,000 hectares, and we produce about 148,000 tons of cotton lint and deliver it to the mills right through the year. This is really some of the pictures of sustainability in action. These are some of the examples of the regenerated farm practices which we engage with with the farmers on the farms. This is really anchored around erosion control, using cover crops for green manuring, composting, revegetation, use of integrated pest management, and crop rotation. Primarily, all of them anchored around improving the soil health, because we believe that if the carbon content in the soil can be increased, then it will require less of chemical fertilizers, less of interventions, and will be able to grow regeneratively. Moving on, this is focused on community impact projects. This is under 3 pillars: the prosperous farmers and food systems. This is focused around training the farmers in good agricultural practices, providing them with agri-input support, mainly around improving the seed quality, and providing them enough support for increasing their food crop as well, focused around food security. We wish that all the communities we engage in these countries, they thrive. The focus here is on improving literacy, is on creating schools, is on improving health, and providing fresh water to the village communities. Under Regenerating the Living World, we are primarily focused around improving soil health, reducing erosion, and so on. Moving on, this is our digital platform. This is our sustainability project. We call it AdSource. And here we have developed, in collaboration with some of our customers, mainly the textile mills and the retailers, of the metrics that matter to them for environmental sustainability and social sustainability. And these metrics are tracked with each of the farmers and the farming communities. We are able to, because of our presence on the ground, we are able to track and continuously improve on all of these metrics. And this is dynamic. And we are open to third-party certification on this. We are able to now, we have the capability to be able to offer complete footprinting, environmental and social footprinting for each bale of cotton, which we produce through our AdSource program in these 3 African countries and some of our farms in Brazil and in Australia, with complete traceability and footprinting of the sustainability. Moving on, this is our digital intervention, and this has really been, with this, this is an integrated platform focused on farmer engagement, seed cotton procurement, sustainability, and traceability. This digital intervention has helped us engage with small farmers at scale, create a 2-way communication, create a platform so that timely interventions can be done, and try to increase the network of farmers in a cost-effective way. We are currently doing this in Ivory Coast, and we are expanding this into Chad and Togo. All in all, this gives us an opportunity and the capability to be able to engage with the small farmers and produce cotton and deliver it to the textile mills with full visibility and quality control and with full traceability from farm to the textile mill. In summary, textiles will continue to be an important part of human consumption. Fiber production and manufacturing of textiles is a large contributor to the greenhouse gas emissions. Almost 7.25% of total man-made emissions are because of textiles. Consumers are progressively focusing away from fast fashion to purpose-driven approach to fashion, and are demanding products made from sustainable raw materials, processed in a socially and environmentally responsible way, and delivered through traceable and transparent supply chains. Cotton is and will continue to be a preferred textile fiber because of its positive attributes of being natural, biodegradable, and it needs to be positioned and perceived accordingly. Share of cotton produced responsibly, what we can say is sustainably and with full traceability, mainly organic, BCI, CMIA, all this needs to be accelerated because the consumers are demanding it. The supply chain needs to be reorganized so that we are able to acquire capability for a demand-driven sourcing at scale and speed. This will hugely help us reduce wasteful production. Sustainability requires an integrative and collaborative approach. And this requires that there is seamless interface among players across the textile value chain for end-to-end visibility from farm to fashion. At OLAM, we are trying to play our part by directly engaging with the small farmers and enabling production of sustainable cotton in an environmentally and a socially responsible manner, and then offering it to the textile mills as per their requirement throughout the year. Thank you. I'm open for questions now. Thank you.
Thank you to our three speakers. And we will now have an opportunity to take questions. So let me remind you that we're not monitoring the chat, although I am dipping in and out of that to see, and I see there are some questions in there, but please raise your hand if you have a question. And I'd also like to apologize for the interruption to Lca's presentation. We had a bit of a technical glitch there, but the presentations will be available at the end of the sessions today, so you can go back and look at Lca's presentation without that interruption. So may I now ask if there are any questions for the panel? Okay, I have some in my private chat of people not wanting to raise their hands. So I have a question here for Keita Hake. Is cotton different from other crops in its contribution to carbon sequestration? Keita, if you could take the floor, raise your hand, and we can give you the floor. This is when I find that Keita isn't here.
No, I'm here. Can you see me now?
We can see.
Good. No, that's an excellent question, because cotton does have a unique role in that it produces its two major products are oil and fiber. And both of those have very minimal fertilizer density. And particularly the fiber has a long residence. You know, as I mentioned, we're very concerned about the next 20 years. And so anything that is stored for 20 years, any cotton garment that's utilized or stored in your closet, that sequesters carbon out of the atmosphere. And the data that I showed is that the amount of sequestration of carbon in the fiber completely matches the amount of greenhouse gases that are emitted in the manufacturing. So it is unique because it does take carbon out of the atmosphere for a 20+ year process, compared to, say, a food crop or a feed crop that as soon as it's consumed, a lot of that carbon is returned. Thank you for the question, Kai.
Thank you, Keita. Well, let's have one from myself. I mean, so for ICAC, sustainability, it has been really important to us over the last 10 or so years. And what would you think, not just you, Keita, but all the panel, what would you think the ICAC could do to push forward the sustainability agenda?
Well, let's see if Lca or Mr. Gupta want to jump in. If not, as you know, I'm always eager to talk.
Okay, well, Anupam has put his hand up, so can we give the floor to Anupam? And then we'll then take Lca, and then we'll come back to you, Keita. Anupam?
Thanks, Kai. I think, among the various organizations, I think ICAC is perhaps the best placed to be able to take forward this sustainability agenda for the textile sector. cotton textiles, starting from the farm, production of cotton, and then converting it into textiles and going to the consumers. Primarily because of its membership. It has the governments, it has the various associations, it has various agencies, it has all the players in the textile value chain who are members of it, including the researchers, the scientists, the technologists, etc. It has been has been long time. It has developed a very, very positive image and a perspective. It has until now focused primarily on cotton production. However, I think the moves have now been made with the exclusive textile resource coming on board, and the PSAP morphing into PSAC, which will be even more comprehensive. So I think ICAC will or has the capacity to become the lead association which can champion the sustainability in cotton textiles.
Thank you, Anupam. Larea, can we give Larea the floor, please? Larea, you have the floor.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I think following up on those thoughts as well, I think ICAC is in a unique position to be able to pull a lot of primary data through. There's a story to tell on the farmers' work that's being done in the different countries. So I think we've got to be able to pull in proof of impact. And so collecting that primary data on impacts that are happening in the field and the farm, the social components. I know the OLM program is very good. There's other programs out there as well. But I think for consumers to understand that they're making positive strides, and for brands to be able to deliver on impact, the linkage that ICAC can really do is to make sure that we do have good access, consistent methodology on collecting that primary data of here's what's happening in the soils, here's what's happening with water utilization. So I think a role of clear, consistent methodology and pulling in data is something that ICAC can certainly expand.
Thank you, Larea. And just to complete the trio, Keita, would you like to add some remarks as well?
Yes, just real briefly. I think really there's two areas that ICA is really shining in. One is that you're creating a platform. It's a highly respected, objective platform for all things cotton around the world. And so the ability to create platforms that allow sharing of innovations outside of the commercial space around the world with small farmers, I think that's just incredible, and I applaud you for doing that and the funding you've been able to secure. And then the second thing relates to what Mr. Gupta said, is that sustainability is more than just production. It's obviously the entire supply chain, and ICAC is ideally suited to make those connections in sustainability that go beyond just the field, that include the full value chain. So I applaud what ICAC is already doing.
Thank you, Keita. We have a further question from Pakistan, and then I have two in my private chat. Obviously, people not wanting to put their hands up. So can we give the floor to Pakistan, please?
For the organic cotton from the presentation of Textile Exchange. Organic cotton here in Pakistan is in infancy stage. It is witnessing some facing some issues of some certification. There would be a submission that the Textile Exchange could facilitate regarding certification, and could help Pakistan in this infant sector in Pakistan. There is huge potential of growing organic cotton in Pakistan, especially in the province of Balochistan. So This is just my comment for the textile exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan. And I see there is a question via Dr. Kranthi. Dr. Kranthi, would you like to take the floor, please, and give the question you have?
The chat box. This is from Mr. Rajiv Barwa from India. He has a question for Keita. The question is that on the slide on no-till and cover crops, and in the same slide, you point out to some disadvantages. So he wants you to please elaborate that.
Certainly. No, that's a very valid question because there are disadvantages. I on the no-till, I just highlighted the fact that you do create macropores, and macropores are generally highly valuable because they allow water to enter the soil. But I did highlight issues where things that are on the surface can move deeper into the profile. There are other drawbacks with no-till, and probably one of the biggest one is sanitation. A lot of our insects and diseases, we really need to stir the surface soil to break down the residue and destroy pupae. So that with regards to cover crops, there are independent disadvantages. And probably the biggest one is that cover crop soils in the spring tend to be a little bit colder. And so they're a little slower to warm up. And in the northern parts of the cotton growing regions, that temperature delay is a concern. I think the last disadvantage I'd throw out of cover crops, and these are all very site specific, very regional impacts, is the fact that where water is extremely limited, using water to grow a cover crop is really questioned. The growers that have adopted those see that the increased infiltration overcomes that loss of water to grow cover crops. But not everything is golden. There are drawbacks that have to be worked out. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Keita.
Thank you, Keita. I've received a couple of questions for Larea. The first one is, how can we motivate farmers in developing countries to plant more organic cotton and guarantee a better return for their crop? Larea?
Sure. Well, I think the main thing is you can't grow organic cotton on a maybe. It has to be done with market access. So I think the first step is to make sure that there's clear connections between a market partner and a farming group so that those investments in training and education, like the investments even in cover crops, additional seeds and different things like that, have costs associated with that, building in the ecosystems for insect management. So I think the first step is to make sure that there's a market partner and market access for the farmers to get involved, and then to get involved in the training programs. That a lot of the programs that are mentioned that are in the preferred fibers are along that journey. So if you think about pre-organic, then it is about get into regenerative practices around soils, start eliminating your needs for synthetic fertilizers, build your ecosystems for responsible habitats for insects. So I think that there's ways that continuum, but ultimately with the cost of certification and the cost of education, it's going to be important that farmers, don't get into speculation, that it's important that they have a strong market partner in order to have that stability and continuity so that they can have that return on their investment. So getting into a program, getting with a market partner would be key steps.
And we have another one for you. Nitrogenous fertilizers contribute to greenhouse gases. What kind of alternatives are proposed in organic systems, and how cost effective are they?
Well, I'm an organic cotton farmer out of West Texas where we're rain fed only. So you start in those kinds of environments, like Keita's saying, it's really region specific on soil types and rainfall and different things like that. But really building healthy soils with cover crops, crop rotation, green manure crops is going to be the safest, most step-by-step way a farmer can start building those healthy soils and have the nitrogen and balanced nutrition that can be found in soil. So while it's philosophically similar to the no-till, we do practiced in precision tillage in order to, to disturb the weeds and things like that. But it is green manure crops where you plow them in, you plant a cover crop and then plow it in. And then crop rotations are the key tenets of organic production systems.
Thank you. I'm just quickly looking through the chat. Okay, so we have a question from Paul Sadia. Can we give him the floor, please? Paul, can you have the floor, please? Ask your question.
Thank you, Huge, for the presentation about cotton organic farming. In Tanzania, we have smallholder farmers who keep livestock, and they use livestock manure for soil fertility improvement. And in one of the presentations, I have heard that livestock manure contribute about 60% of the global emission of ammonia. Is there a way we can help these livestock farmers to manage manure so as to reduce emission of this ammonia, which contribute a lot to climate change? I would like to get clarification about that.
And Paul, is your question to anyone in particular?
Yeah, this goes to presentation about it is sustainability issues in cotton.
Okay, so who's going to take that?
Kai, I'd be glad to jump in, and others can follow.
Thank you.
The use of manure is critical, and actually the combination of livestock with cotton production is really ideal. Not only do you get the nutrients, but you get some microbes which are beneficial. And Larea mentioned how a healthy soil allows you to be much more efficient with nutrients. The drawback with manures are the volatile components, the nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium from manures are not volatilized, and those are preserved. Both the processing or the composting of the manure are routes that the nitrogen can be lost. And as I mentioned in that slide, there's a huge effort right now in both the Netherlands and in Germany where they've had some serious problems with livestock nitrogen contamination, trying to utilize injection of manure into the soil. And obviously with a small farmer, that's going to be extremely difficult. I really don't have any good solution. I think probably working on really good composting of the manure would be a plus, so that the nitrogens move into a more stable compounds, and applying it at a time. I know we've funded some research where people have looked at applying manure at a time when either crops or cover crops can use it. You don't want to apply anything to the soil way in advance of when it's going to be grabbed by roots and plants, because then it's vulnerable. But that's about all I can offer, not knowing anything about your condition in Africa.
Thank you, Kato. And if any of the other panelists want to jump in, please raise your hand. People are still putting questions in the chat as opposed to raising their hand. So feel free. Don't hold back. So I'll read one from the chat and then we'll take a question from Terry Townsend. So from the chat, it's one for you, Keita. It's on your slide for no-till cover crops. And in that slide, you point to some of the disadvantages. Can you elaborate on those, please?
Yes, with the no-till, you're talking about strictly about cover crops or no-till?
Well, he says it's the slide no-till stroke cover crops. Maybe
okay.
do both.
Well, sure. just to reiterate, the disadvantages are that it is a different farming system, and as farmers that are listening, they know that they develop production practices over decades, and they're often handed down over generations and fine-tuned. And if it's a cultivation system that relies, or if it's a production system that relies heavily on cultivation, it then takes several years for the grower to institute a no-till cover crop system that's optimized or fine-tuned for their particular weather pattern and their particular field. So just the transition in any direction for a grower, because practices are so site-specific, that requires about a 3-year learning period that ideally the farmer is getting help from other experienced farmers that made that transition, or extension sources or scientists that can help them. Just real briefly reiterating some of the negatives of no-till and cover crops. I mentioned a couple earlier with no-till. You're not tilling weeds with cultivation. So you've got to push down the weed seed bank in the soil. And that happens because you're not bringing up weed seeds from below all the time. But also the reliance on herbicides to get that weed seed bank down. Once you get it down, the growers with no-till observe less weed pressure because of the lack of stirring. And then I very briefly mentioned the challenges with cover crops. They do use water, and they do have a tendency to make soils a little bit cooler in the spring. In some areas, that cooler soil is a real plus because our soils get way too hot into the summer and having residue. So there's pluses and minuses that have to be worked out on a very site-specific, almost a field-by-field basis.
Thank you, Keita. Let's take a question from Terry. Terry, good to see you, I think, or at least to hear from you. Can we give the floor to Terry, please? Terry Townsend. Have we given him the floor?
You have the floor, you can speak.
Coming through now? Hello?
Okay, you have the floor, Terry.
Yeah, Kai, I'm trying to speak there. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, first of all, congratulations, Kai, and the Secretariat. As you know, I have a great interest in plenary meetings, and I know how difficult they are, and this is proving to be a very, very good virtual platform. And also thank you to the presenters. I have a question for Mr. Gupta. He's calling for a shift from fast fashion to sustainable fashion. And, inflation-adjusted prices for cotton have been going down for a century. Inflation-adjusted prices for clothing have been going down since the end of World War II. With the exception of a few luxury brands and niche brands, the entire world fashion chain is built on lower prices, increased production. That means fast fashion. So how would you suggest that the world starts to move toward sustainable fashion? Thank you. And thanks again, Kai.
Thank you, Terry. Anupam?
Yes, Kai. Thank you, Terry, for a great question, a difficult one to answer. I think it is to do with through the fast fashion has actually primarily focused on more production of garments, excessive production of garments, and they have to be cheap or they have to be inexpensive, shorter life cycle. And if we see, there has been a report in 2018 where almost 18% of the total garments produced did not even reach the consumers. They directly landed in the landfills. So I think this excessive production of inexpensive clothing is resulting in wasteful production. It is also to do with the very long supply chain. The textile value chain is very long. It is fragmented. It is not responsive enough, and does not respond quickly to the changes required, so that the production can be fine-tuned for the exact requirement. And therefore it will be imperative for the consumers to start thinking in terms of a more purpose-driven or a more sustainable fashion, rather than trying to focus primarily on inexpensive clothing. We do understand that finally, in the developing world where the disposable income is low, therefore they would be a big inexpensive clothing will be a big attraction. However, I think if we were to look at in terms of affordability, a t-shirt could cost maybe $3, and the fashion brands are pushing down the prices even further. However, a cup of coffee could be maybe $6 or maybe $7. So I don't think it's a question of affordability, but this is a downward spiral which will continue, which if continues, we will land up in major climate issues and environmental issues if we do not change our tack. And I think the younger generation is now become more conscious and has started to focus on more sustainable fashion or functional fashion. I am not sure if I tried to answer your question, but yes, while there is a commercial rationale for fast fashion, but I think the rationale needs to be put in a correct perspective of sustainability, which is really the crying need, or in fact, the consumers have started to demand that we do reduce wasteful production. In fact, focus on recycled products is a move in that direction as well. So they do want to focus on reducing environmental pollution, which is where the fashion industry is significantly contributing, and fast fashion has been the major culprit there.
Pam, and whilst you're still on, I think there's another question. I think this one is really for you. Is it possible to distinguish non-sustainable garments from sustainable garments without a label?
No, not really. Not really, unless it has to be checked. It has to be checked. There has to be a data custody, or perhaps now there are several solutions being offered in terms of isotopes, or perhaps impregnation of some dyes into the fiber, which can help traceability. But otherwise, if we were to look at the functionality of the garment, it will be almost impossible to distinguish between a garment which is sustainably produced and a garment which may be just conventionally produced. Almost impossible to make that difference.
Thank you, Anupam. Anyone else in the panel want to contribute to that? If you do, just raise your hand so I'm aware of that.
I'm here, Kai. This is Lorraine. Yes. So I wanted to talk about the question Terry Townsend already had too, in that I think really transferring the conversation about the value of cotton and the value of more preferred materials. And so it is, we have over 240 brands that we're working with directly, looking at their business models in order to shift from that price paradigm into a value paradigm. So I think all along this, it is an educational component for the brands to look at, an argument that goes to their CFOs of why they need to invest in more preferred solutions and invest in fibers that are delivering for climate. So the shift to a value paradigm is really important. It's also, as we'll talk about later in labeling, is that consumers have to be part of the solution as well. So putting a label on that product, just as we were talking, to convey the value of that product to the consumer. In order to change the business models and shift the paradigm, we're going to have to do some more education both to brands and consumers.
Thank you, Lorena. Okay, one more in the chat, which I think maybe for you as well, is in the cultivation of organic cotton, how far from neighboring non-organic farms must your field be to avoid cross-pollination with non-organic crops?
Different regulations in the countries may vary some degree, but there's usually anywhere from 50 feet to more from a non-organic crop into your field. So there's buffer strips that are put in place. Sometimes there's like corn or a tall crop or hay graze or something that's also put in there as a buffer strip. So there is a buffer strip that's between non-organic and organic production systems. You'd have to check the individual regulation in the country.
Thank you, Lorena. Anipan, are you coming in on that, or have you just left your hand up?
No, sorry, no.
Okay, so just looking again, everyone's putting their questions in the chat instead of raising their hands. We have one hand raised, and then there's another one I see for a question I think goes to Kata Haig. Let's take the one from the chat, and then we'll take the question from Sudan. So the one in the chat is for Kata. How can organic farmers manage weeds in no-till farming practice? I think you touched a little bit on this, but if you think you can add anything to that, Kata, please do. Give the floor to Kata Haig, please.
Can you hear me okay now?
Kata, you have the floor.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have the floor.
Okay, great. Yes. So can I repeat that question again about the weeds?
Right, let me just find it again. How can organic farmers manage weeds in no-till farming practice?
That is a challenge. So no-till provides a unique advantage that you're not bringing seeds up from down below. You're only focusing on the seeds that are up in the surface. So the first thing is you absolutely have to drive the weed seed bank down to zero in the surface of the soil. And that can be done with cover crops. We have very good experience with using high residue cover crops in the US that then provide, you can plant into them and they basically smother the weed seed production for perhaps not the entire season, but then at the end of the season, the growers need to be diligent in not letting weeds go to seed. So managing the weed seed bank is the most critical part for an organic grower in that is in no-till.
Thank you, Kata. Let's now take some questions from, first of all, from Dr. Ibrahim from Sudan. Can we give him the floor, please? Has he got the floor? Dr. Ibrahim? Thank you. Dr. Ibrahim, you have the floor. Okay, I think we have a problem there. Let's take the floor away from him and give the floor to Ram, please.
He has the floor.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Let me thank ICAC. It's a wonderful event, and given the rest, but I think Kay and his team has done a great job. So please accept my thanks. I'm an academic and an observer. Also, please, I do want to thank you for taking my question. This is the we have been talking about sustainability, which Dr. Terry Townsend brought up as well. The cost involved is what the deterrent, although in the long term, it works out, like what Kader said. But a person who is working on sustainable cotton for application, I find it is communication, not to the end user, but communication to the converters, communication to the middle people like manufacturer matters. And that segment, Mr. Hughes, has been neglected. So we as a stakeholder has to play an important role in communicating. We are doing a great job, like Cotton Inc. and others are doing a great job connecting with the consumer. But the middle ground, the manufacturers, so particularly if you are talking about pollution, and still when you are talking about an oil absorbent product, the industry and the consumer and the end user only want plastic-based micro-absorbent. Whereas cotton can do a great trick. It is the middle people whom we have to sell the idea, whom we have to communicate, and that segment is lost. Everybody is asking what ICAC can do. Kranti knows me well. So that segment has been lost globally. The message to the manufacturer, connect the message to the other side of the end user, not the... I think that's one project I guess ICAC should take, Mr. Hughes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Ram. Does anyone want to jump in and add to that comment? No? Okay, let's go back then, please, and give the floor to Dr. Ibrahim from Sudan. Let's try and get him back on.
He has the floor.
Thank you. Dr. Ibrahim, you have the floor. Looks like we are having a problem trying to connect him. Okay, I think we're having a problem trying to connect him. There are some other questions in the chat which I'm trying to find. Perhaps Dr. Kranthi can help me out and highlight any of those questions. Keshav, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. There are just a couple of questions. There are actually two questions from Uganda, one from Dr. Serenjogi, and also a similar question from Mrs. Jolly Sabune. And these questions are to OLAB. The question is, can you... okay, I'll read them. It says, thank you for the good work on cotton in West Africa. Do you have plans for moving the programs to other cotton growing countries in East Africa like Uganda? Is Anupam there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, yeah.
Anupam, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Guy. Thank you, Dr. Kranthi, for that. Good afternoon to you, Madam Sabune. Yes, really, Africa is our playground for this sustainable cotton. We believe there is a lot of work which can be done in several cotton-producing countries in Africa. However, our focus is also on trying to make an impact on scale. And perhaps Uganda does not come into that priority It is a small production of cotton there, and the production also has been volatile. And therefore, as a commercial enterprise, unless we are able to see the potential to scale up the operation, it will become challenging for us to be able to roll out our integrated ginning or the guided farming program into such countries where the production is low, and the potential to grow it is very low as well. So I do not think, however, we can get our team to reassess the potential of rolling out such a program in Uganda, and we can revert to you.
There's one more question. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. This question is from Mr. Vibhunath, but this question is actually to the ICAC.
Yeah.
What can ICAC do to promote the use of sustainable cotton in textile apparel? This would also help to regain the share of cotton which has been taken by man-made fibers. So over to you, Kai.
Well, I think actually that should be answered by our new head of textiles, Usman Kamwa. So Usman, if you can take that question. I know we've discussed this many times internally. Usman, if you raise your hand. Is he there? Thank you. Usman, you have the floor. Usman?
It's not there, Kai. So you can move
Okay.
on.
We'll let's. I want to, if we can try and get him on, because I'd like him to answer that. But we'll try to reconnect with Sudan for a third time. So if we can give the floor to Sudan and see if we can. That's Dr. Ibrahim, and see if we can get him. Thank you. Dr. Ibrahim, you have the floor. We're not getting anywhere on that, I'm afraid. Doesn't. No, I don't think we're getting through there. Usman, if you're there, he's still trying to get in. Can we try him one more time? And then if we can't get in, we'll have to go straight to Usman. Dr. Ibrahim, please give him the floor. Dr. Ibrahim?
He has the floor again.
Okay. Dr. Ibrahim, you have the floor. Okay, well, we're obviously not getting through for some reason. So let's move very quickly to Usman to answer the question that was posed to him by Vibhunath. Can you give the floor to Usman, please? Usman,
Raise his hand, please.
Raise your hand, Usman. Usman, raise your hand.
He's on.
Usman. I think he's coming on now. Usman, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much. Sorry, there's a technical difficulty over here. cotton and man-made fiber, these are the two major fibers which are used in the textiles value chain. And cotton has the advantage over man-made fiber because, cotton is more sustainable, it can be decomposed. And if we want to promote cotton in the textiles value chain, then you can always go for, life cycle assessment, and it can easily take us to the point that cotton is more sustainable as compared to man-made fibers.
Thank you. Any further questions for Usman on that point? Please raise your hand. Okay, and I think then, unless I've missed any important questions, and if I have, please raise your hand so we can see you. I'm sorry we couldn't get through to Sudan. I'm not sure what's happening there, but that actually conveniently leads us to the end of the period for this session. And so I would like to hand back to the chair, Dr. Coulibaly. Hopefully he's available. Dr. Coulibaly?
He's in.
Oui, je suis là. Oh là là.
Dr. Coulibaly, I think we've reached the end of our
Oui,
session.
Kai, je suis là. Est-ce que mon micro n'est pas activé? On le désactive. C'est activé là? Hello, Kai.
Oui.
Vous m'entendez?
J'entends, Monsieur Coulibaly, vous pouvez y aller.
Do you catch me?
Oui, on vous entend, Monsieur Coulibaly. Vous pouvez donner la note.
Hello. Oh là là.
On vous entend, Monsieur Coulibaly.
Ah, ok, merci beaucoup. Merci, je voudrais dire que nous avons eu à un moment donné quelques soucis de connexion. Donc nous avons dû nous connecter doublement. Certainement que ça a perturbé les techniciens qui nous donnent la parole, puisque à un moment donné, tous nos micros n'étaient plus activés. Je voudrais donc vous remercier d'avoir dirigé les débats, M. Kai, et souhaiter donc que nous puissions très rapidement nous retrouver en présentiel, parce que ces rencontres manquent aux acteurs, que nous étions, grâce donc à ces rencontres régulières et annuelles, nous avions formé une bonne petite famille, et cela nous manque, et ça manque aussi aux acteurs. Je voudrais profiter de cette occasion pour souhaiter au nom de tous les acteurs, la chaîne de valeur de la Côte d'Ivoire, d'excellentes festivités de fin d'année 2021 et vous exprimer nos vœux de santé et de prospérité pour l'année 2022. Que le Tout-Puissant garde chacun de nous et que nous puissions nous retrouver très prochainement en présentiel pour reprendre donc nos réunions tournantes là où nous avons laissé. Merci d'avoir donné l'opportunité à la Côte d'Ivoire donc de présider la filière coton, de présider donc cette session. Nous en sommes heureux et nous nous sentons honorés. Et cet honneur rejaillit sur l'ensemble des acteurs de la filière coton en Côte d'Ivoire. Merci beaucoup. Et à très bientôt.
Thank you, Dr. Coulibaly, and it was great to see you again, and we look forward to visiting Côte d'Ivoire in the not too distant future. That brings us to the end of the first open session, so we will have a 10-minute comfort break and resume at 5 past the hour. So we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Aziz. Can you hear me? Aziz, good morning.
I can hear you perfectly. Can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Aziz, can you hear me? Aziz,
Aziz,
can
your
you hear?
microphone is muted. You have the floor, but your microphone is muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Is it clear?
Yes, Aziz.
The audio is clear and the voice?
If you can come a little closer to the microphone, it will be clearer.
How's this?
It's better. I just wanted to check with you if you have seen the latest additions to the notes
Yeah,
and
I've
all
seen
the.
that. I've seen that. Now, I got a message. Was it from you or was it from Kai saying that I have to introduce all the speakers together one after
Yes.
another right at the beginning?
Yes. So I've made changes to the notes and send them across again. And
Okay.
all the presenters will be introduced together. And then the presentations will be played back to back together. And after that, the session will be open for Q&A.
Okay. So it's not that I introduce one speaker, they finish, and then I
No.
welcome the next speaker. No.
All at once,
No.
one
All
after
at
the other.
once. Okay. That's clear.
So I would request you to introduce yourself when you start the session, and then introduce all the speakers together, and then the presentations will be played back to back. And after that, you can come up and initiate the Q&A session.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Aziz.
You would like me to introduce myself as a past president of ICA or as OLAM?
Anything you like at both.
Both are relevant.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, we'll start the session at 10:05.
Great. So the audio is clear, right? You are able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
You're loud and clear. Everything is fine.
Excellent.
And we can see you.
Excellent. Then I'll stay
Okay,
on the
thank you.
same settings and wait for the start.
Yeah. I will start it at 5 past. And
Okay. So once the introductions are over, my role comes back only at the Q&A.
well, even then I'm doing that, and so I will. You just need to end the session.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm coordinating the Q&A.
Fantastic. Makes it even easier.
Yes. Great.
Thank
All
you.
right. I'm going to get a cup of tea.
Yep.
Well, good morning and welcome back to the second session. If we can close the open mics. Welcome back to the second session. And before I hand over to the chair, Aziz Syed, let me just make a comment about asking questions. Please raise your hand to ask a question. It's really difficult to look in the chat for questions. And people are even using my private WhatsApp to ask questions. It's not difficult. Just raise your hand by pressing that green button. Don't be frightened. Say who you are and say who you'd like to direct your question to. And for the panel today, if you want to reply to a particular question, again, if you can, please raise your hand so that we know that you wish to reply. And we can give you the floor as well. So with that, let me then now hand over to the chair of for the second open session, which is a really exciting session on labeling. And I'd like to hand over to Aziz Syed for you to conduct the session. Aziz.
Thank you very much, Kai. A very good morning to all, and welcome back to the second open session of this morning. This session is on labeling. What is the real story about the T-shirt? Now, before we get to that, let me introduce myself. I am Aziz Syed, immediate past president of International Cotton Association. I've been involved with the cotton industry for just about 23 years now, and all of them working with Olam International Singapore in various capacities. I started my cotton career in Central Asia, moved on to Singapore, lived there for 10 years, handling various roles. And over the last 5 years, I'm based out of Dallas, Texas, and I look after a business in North and South America. I'm delighted to be here this morning, and I thank ICAC and Kai for this opportunity. Now, before we get started, a quick background to this session. In 2019, it was decided that ICAC's private sector advisory panel would be able to present a session of their choice at each plenary meeting, covering issues that specifically affect the private sector. So they've decided that in terms of private sector advisory panel selected the topic labeling as the choice of subject for discussion, and that's the topic for today. It's indeed a great choice. This subject of labeling is increasing in its relevance and importance as we get along. In the simplest of forms, a label is something that tells us what we are actually buying. However, in the broader term, there are a number of unanswered questions in there. For example, what aspects or attributes should a label cover so as to inform the consumers more about what they are buying? What are the laws that govern a label? In what ways can a buyer be informed better? How can issues such as sustainability be addressed through labeling? How can a label be indicative of a better and a more transparent supply chain? Finally, what innovative ways could be employed into labeling so that some of the above stated issues can be answered just by a quick glance at the label? So what should a cotton label look like? Today, we will attempt to unravel some of those unanswered issues from the eyes of 6 very distinguished panel members, all experts in their own fields and all bringing a different perspective to the topic. The format that will follow is I'll make a quick introduction of all the 6 speakers at one go, and then we'll go on to each of the speakers and listen into them. Our first speaker of the day is Dr. J Daystar. Dr. Daystar is a Chief Sustainability Officer and Vice President of Sustainability at Cotton Incorporated, as well as an adjunct professor at the Duke Nicholas School of the Environment. Dr. Daystar leads the cotton industry to a more regenerative and sustainable future through supporting research and outreach programs aimed at implementing best scientific methods and practices in the soil and throughout the supply chain. Today, he will be making a presentation on data-driven labeling, their limitations and opportunities. Our second speaker for the day is Professor Ingun Grimstad Klepp. Dr. Klepp is a professor in clothing and sustainability. She is an ethnologist with a background in sewing, weaving, and textile engineering. Since 1999, she has been working with apparel research at Consumption Research Norway, Oslo Metropolitan University. Her contribution has been key for developing the research field through advancing methods, projects, knowledge, and discourse about clothes, their role in society and our lives, including wearing habits, laundry, lifespan, product development, and value chains. Professor Klepp has received the Norwegian Research Council's Award for Excellence in Communication of Science. Our third speaker for the day is Ms. Dorothy Lowell. Ms. Lowell is a policy advisor to the Responsible Business Conduct team at the OECD, leading OECD's work on due diligence for responsible supply chains in the garment and footwear sector. At OECD, she has also contributed to reports on blockchain and responsible supply chains, SMEs, and due diligence. Ms. Lowell's background is in the private sector, where she developed company policy and coordinated the implementation of responsible business practices for a company across its own operations and supplier and contractor relationships. Ms. Lowell is experienced in social and environmental risk assessment and due diligence across varied supply chain structures, and a range of social and environmental issues, including traceability and transparency, human rights, social impacts, animal welfare, upstream land use issues, restricted substances, and manufacturing waste streams. Today, she will cover the topic of product labels and due diligence. Our fourth speaker for the day is Ms. Fabia Pryor. Ms. Pryor is a brand community and impact manager at Country Road, the iconic Australian fashion lifestyle brand. For over 15 years, Ms. Fabia has worked with organizations around the world championing corporate responsibility. At Country Roads, she leads the brand's impact strategy and community partnerships, including those with Landcare Australia supporting the regeneration of Australian cotton farmlands, and with Oritain tracing verified cotton and merino fibers back to the farms that support better land management and higher animal welfare standards. Today, she will be talking about biodiverse, local, and verified Country Roads' approach to cotton. Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Wesley. Mr. Wesley will allow us today to look at what our colleagues in wool have been doing with labeling. Mr. Wesley is a co-founder and COO of regenerative merino wool knitwear brand, Sheep Incorporated. He oversees the company's operations, supply chain, and sustainability strategy. Based on its proprietary provenance technology and a radical new supply chain approach, Sheep Inc. has created fashion's first naturally carbon negative supply chain. The company's aim is to pave a new way forward for the fashion industry and empower consumers by giving full visibility into the origin story and the impact on garments they buy. Sheep Inc. has developed one of the most innovative labeling technologies in the world, which allows you to adopt the sheep whose wool is being used in your sweater. Michael was named Power Players in Ethical Fashion in 2020 by Business Insider and mentioned as one of the fashion and beauty entrepreneurs to watch in 2021 by the Great British Entrepreneur Award. Today, he will be talking about the future positive knitwear, reconnecting consumers through technology. Our last speaker of the session is Mr. La Ria Pepper. Ms. Pepper is a fifth-generation farmer, a chief executive officer, and a co-founder of global non-profit Textile Exchange, and a lifelong advocate for more sustainable practices in the apparel and textile industry. For more than 18 years, Textile Exchange has been at the forefront of driving meaningful change towards preferred organic and regenerative fibers. After spearheading the successful growth of the organic cotton market Textile Exchange, formerly known as Organic Exchange, has expanded the chain of custody standards beyond organic fibers to include recycled PET, as well as responsible down, responsible wool, and mohair. She more recently served as chair for RAFI, the Rural Advancement Foundation International, from 2015 to 2018, and is currently serving on the board of directors for Cotton Connect and the Regenerative Organic Alliance. Today, she'll be talking about consumer engagement, greenwashing, or education, the truth in a label. As you see, we've lined up an exciting array of speakers and topics to cover today. A very warm welcome to all the speakers. And without losing any more time, I'll hand over the floor to them.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, my name is J Daystar, and I'll be talking about data labeling, specifically data-driven labeling, limitations and opportunities throughout this presentation. I hope this gives a brief overview of what's going on in the space of product labeling and stimulate some thought around the limitations and opportunities moving forward in this space. Cotton Incorporated recently released some new data describing consumer sentiments and concerns around sustainability. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see that top environmental concerns are climate change, water scarcity, air pollution, ocean waste and overfishing, land use, and population growth, all definitely a concern to our consumers. Additionally, 84% are motivated to take action based upon sustainability metrics. And in general, sustainability's influence on purchasing decisions has been increasing through time, as you can see on the right-hand side, particularly for the United States, UK, and to some extent, China. So this is important to consumers. Putting your consumer hat on for a little while, I'm sure you've seen a lot of labels. Here's just a quick sample of that, anything from vegan to natural to eco-friendly, but what does it all mean? Is it actually the product you're looking at better for the environment, or is it worse for the environment? Is it greenwashing? How do you really know? That is a great question. So there's a lot of information, and I think there's a significant amount of greenwashing out there on products. So labeling certainly is an opportunity for products, but also I think it can be done poorly. We're going to get into next kind of how that is done properly, what rules and science need to be followed to appropriately label products for sustainability. Environmental life cycle assessment is a framework to measure the environmental impacts of a product, service, or good. On the bottom kind of left-hand area, this is a diagram we drew for our cotton life cycle assessment, where we measure all the different inputs, water, energy, and chemicals in the raw material production, manufacturing, within the consumer use, and disposals to understand and quantify all the inputs, as well as all the outputs such as CO2, waste, or any co-products. Adding that all up gives us a good picture of how a product or a service can really impact the environment. And this, as you'll see later, there are some standards surrounding life cycle assessments, and there's 4 major steps. First, you define the goal and scope, then you do a life cycle inventory, and life cycle impact assessment, and interpretation. You have to do all of these different steps to really complete a life cycle assessment, as well as there's different types of LCAs. For example, an attributional LCA is not meant to be compared from one study to the next. It's more designed to understand what are the hot spots of a product, as you'll see in the next slide. I'll go through that. There are studies called comparative life cycle assessments, which their sole purpose is really to compare product A versus a product B, and they're designed to do that appropriately. Oftentimes, an attributional LCA is used in a comparative way, and that brings the data and the science beyond what it should, and it makes a really faulty comparison. So I highly caution anybody doing that and really need to understand what goes into these LCAs, because oftentimes the scope or the goal or different data sets are used, which make them not comparable, apples and oranges type of situation. So there is some definitions here and some new concepts, but overall, life cycle assessment is the tool and framework used to make meaningful environmental impact claims and create the data that supports sustainability labels. In this slide, we have the overall life cycle assessment results for a knit collared shirt. We looked at more than these impact categories, but here we're showing global warming, energy, water quality, and water consumption. The green bars represent the cotton manufacturing, the blue is textile manufacturing, and the yellow there is use and disposal, with a little bit of gray in transportation. Looking at the first two impact categories, global warming and energy, we can see that the seed to bale, or the cotton manufacturing, contributes very little to those impact categories as compared to the textile manufacturing and use and disposal. So said it another way, if you want to reduce the global warming impact or energy consumption of our garments, very little of that reduction will actually be coming from the cotton manufacturing. More of it needs to come from the textile manufacturing, or how we use and dispose of our garments. When you consider the other two impact categories, water quality and water consumption, cotton manufacturing, or cotton growing rather, does contribute more to those impact categories. So the improvements certainly would be within the cotton field on those two indicators. So this type of analysis that shows where are the hotspots for each individual impact category are a very good use of an attributional LCA, as I mentioned on the other slide. This is not meant to be compared, this data. It's designed, the study was designed and done to do a comparison within itself and not to other studies. So you might say, why are rules needed to do an LCA? Well, LCA guidance is needed to help integrity, comparability, and consistency of LCAs. I've mentioned a few times that these studies are compared sometimes out of context. There's a lot of different assumptions that need to go into these, so it's important that we follow a certain framework to do so. One of those frameworks is the ISO 14044 standard, which gives a broad outline and recommended procedure for doing a life cycle assessment with things you're required to do and maybe should not do. There's additionally product-specific LCA guidelines, such as the product category rule. You'll see some definitions here that you'll see throughout the rest of the presentation. So product category rules of PCR. There's also product environmental footprint category rule, PEF-CR. Both of those are product-specific LCA guidelines. And then there's things such as product labels and LCA communications at point of sale. So environmental product declaration is sort of like a food label with the fat and carbohydrates on the back of the product. There's also other types of environmental claims that can be done on the product. So we definitely need guidelines and rules and some structure as to how to generate this data and communicate this data to the consumer. The Single Market for Green Products Initiative out of the European Union is an important effort that is looking at how can we label products and environmental claims. So the goals of this are to provide verified and meaningful product environmental data to consumers at the point of purchase, and to lower the financial and resource burden for small and medium enterprises, SMEs, to do LCAs and environmental claims. It's very resource intensive to do an LCA from scratch. It could be over $100,000 easily. So how can we reduce that barrier of entry? The premise is that informed consumers will adjust purchasing behaviors resulting in reduced environmental impacts, as well as provide levers for brands to reduce the impacts of their product production. So consumers, we think, might reach for a lower impact product, and that could help justify reducing impacts in the manufacturing. So creating some new levers and information for the consumers to take some faculty in their environmental impacts. There are 3 phases to roll this out. First, the pilot phase. That was in 2013 to 2016. And in that phase, they tested the processes, tested verification, also looked at how to communicate the results. That has since ended. Now we're in the transition phase, 2019 to perhaps 2023, but COVID and other things have delayed this timeline. And during the transition phase, the pilot phase is expanded to learn more at a larger scale, refining the communications to consumers, and test the feasibility of scaling to other sectors, because there's a lot of work and a lot of effort put into this. So it's sort of a learning phase at a bigger scale. When we look to 2023 and beyond with the implementation phase, that's going to be a bigger effort to incorporate into EU Green Deal, integrate with perhaps the Sustainable Apparel Coalition, SAC, and HIG tools. I would say that there's a lot of unknowns within the implementation. This is still coming together in the transition phase, so the transition phase will certainly inform what comes next, and we'll have to wait and see to some extent to better understand what the future holds on this level. Diving a little bit deeper into the transition phase, there are 5 industries doing the transition phase: the apparel industry, cut flowers, flexible packaging, synthetic turf, and marine fish. And there are 13 different categories for apparel and footwear products, which you see on the right-hand side here: t-shirts, sweaters, mid-layers, a variety of different garments and products and footwear that we're testing this type of system on. So I've been throwing a lot of information at you, a lot of different groups and acronyms. So I'm hoping this slide can help maybe provide even more information and walk you through it in a way that I hope makes sense. So the European Commission Director General of Environment, they are there. They approve the PEFCR, Product Environmental Footprint category rule, and they determine what is on the label. Next, you have the guidance document for creating a PEFCR, which was created by the Joint Research Center, and that sets the impact categories you must measure and the methodologies you must use when doing a life cycle assessment environmental claim. There's also the PEF Technical Secretariat, which Cotton Incorporated is a member of, and this technical secretariat writes the PEFCR. So they write how you should do an LCA for, say, a pair of shoes or a t-shirt. They also vet that, they make sure it works, and they're required to do 3 studies for each category. So they have to do 3 different studies for, say, a t-shirt to make sure it is actually working, what they've designed or laid out as to how to do the studies. Additionally, there's a data provider that gets resources from the European Commission to provide background data and foreground data, meaning like energy grid data, emission factors, and various data sets that are in the background and foreground to the PEF Technical Secretariat to be used in the LCAs. There's also a technical advisory board which discusses technical challenges and tries to come up with solutions to those challenges. So they're there to help with this process as well. So here is where we are today. We are creating the PEF Product Environmental Footprint category rules. And this specifies which impact categories are required for a product, phases of the life cycle that primary data is needed, and defines where the data sources should be pulled from. And that's beyond the background data. So this is where we are today currently. Looking to the future, which I have designated in the blue here on the left-hand side writing, we will have LCAs that companies and manufacturers will provide primary data to. And they will be using these PEFCRs to make an LCA to hopefully do a environmental claim. And then eventually, these claims and this data sets will end up on some type of label down the road that has been vetted and followed the rules, and hopefully provide a robust and to an extent comparable set of data on a product that will again help the consumers make more informed decisions. So a lot of things going on here, and I thought it was helpful to put this in a block flow diagram to communicate this. So getting into some additional aspects, there are some limitations to LCAs and the product environmental footprint effort. For example, this LCAs typically don't consider a social component, and the PEF does not. A lot of times there's dated information, meaning old data sets or assumptions. Not all impact categories are included. For example, biodegradability and microplastic and plastic pollutions, for example, here as you see on the right-hand side. The impacts of plastic falling off of coming from our purchases, or perhaps even microfibers coming from synthetic clothing, those impacts are not considered or captured in life cycle assessment currently. The science is evolving to do such, but as of now, there is no impact category for that captures it in a good way. Also, are these product labels helpful to consumers? We don't really know. The theory of change is unproven. Certainly, there's a lot of costs associated with doing these labels and doing these studies. Data availability is certainly limited in a lot of ways, and we have to do more data development. And it's always hard too, because the goalposts are constantly and consistently moving, because the science and methods used to do LCA are evolving as well. So it's a challenging environment with significant limitations. So it's not a perfect system, but it is constantly improving, and it's what we're working with now. It's best we have. uncertainty within life cycle assessment is a big area that the PEF does not really define on how to address it. LCA certainty has many sources. For example, modeling boundaries, what you choose to include or not. For example, manure, do you include the environmental impacts of the cow, or do you assume that it is a waste product and you can put it on your farm without any impacts? So that's an example of a study where modeling boundaries can make a big difference. Study assumptions, big important thing there, of course. Co-product treatment, for example, cotton lint and cottonseed. How do you split those impacts? Does it all go to the lint? Does a portion of it go to the seed? There's no one right answer on that, and that can really impact the overall results. Background data can create a lot of uncertainty. Primary data representativeness. Are you picking the best-in-class factories, or are you picking a mixture that is representative of the industry, for example? There's a lot of uncertainty in agriculture and LCA models on the farm particularly. In LC, life cycle impact assessment, LCIA characterization factors are also uncertain. And that's just a small sample of what is uncertain. There's many, many more things beyond that. And on the right-hand side here, I just show an example of our comparative life cycle assessment of cottonseed oil. And you can see here that there's a dark blue and a lighter blue that shows there's a range of results here that are likely. And there's not a single number score, and there's perhaps a probability associated with that range. So it's important to consider perhaps a range and what is the likelihood or probability of the result being within a certain area. And I also want to say that many times environmental decisions are made without understanding of uncertainty, or maybe there isn't even an uncertainty analysis at all, when in reality it's very important to the overall conclusions of a study. Traceability is another important factor when considering life cycle assessments and product labeling. Oftentimes, as you see here on the left-hand side, there's a cotton bale laydowns, how we make yarn. We have cotton from many origins, and that is to get a certain blending that has a certain property at the yarn level. That is what the customer wants. So there's a mixture of cotton from many different regions, and it's really oftentimes hard to understand or to really track what is going into the yarn across that laydown. Additionally, when we go into fabric manufacturing and cut and sew, oftentimes multiple yarns are used to make a fabric. So that's another challenge. You have more mixing. And then additionally, there's supply chains can be very opaque within the fabric manufacturing, cut and sew on these global supply chains. I think there's a movement towards having more visibility, but currently that's a significant challenge for many brands. So when you get data about your own supply chain, or you go to do that, it's very hard because you don't always know where your cotton came from or where all the different manufacturing steps occurred. So understanding your supply chain as a brand is very challenging and presents some difficulties when you go to make an environmental claim and to create LCA data. One thing we could do, I think, is measure and label properties that can be measured on the product. For example, you can take a t-shirt off the shelf and perhaps measure biodegradability, as you see here on the right-hand side. See how it biodegrades in a landfill. You can go measure that and prove that. You don't have to have a bunch of fuzzy math and a bunch of assumptions that go way back in time and in the supply chain. You could also measure the plastic pollution potential of a garment, for example, microplastic emissions. You could also measure the embedded carbon or the biogenic carbon in the material. That's something you can measure as well. And beyond that, things like durability and other product metrics and attributes could potentially be measured on the product that relates to sustainability and then labeled on the product. So I think those are areas that we have not tapped into necessarily yet. And I think that that's something that we can communicate with a high level degree of certainty, that things are biodegradable. We have proven that on the product with that actual product versus some generic product with some generic supply chain. It's a different type of situation. And I encourage the world and the industry to look more at product labels that we can measure from the actual attribute of a product that has been created and is on the shelf. So that kind of concludes my talk here today, but the conversation certainly is not over. This is an evolving space that we are at Cotton Incorporated, very involved in, and certainly would love to have this conversation further. So I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today, and I hope this was helpful to you. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody, and thanks for inviting me. It is a very interesting and important topic, talking about labeling. And I have a question I want to answer. and that if it's possible to make labeling system for clothing that is fair and good. And to be that, it needed to be recognized by the consumers, and it has to be trusted. But most of all, it actually has to pick out the items that has low and big environmental impact. This has to be fair, it has to be science-based, and it has also to be a difference between the items that are big enough to actually make the system work. So before I answer this question, I will say a little bit about the challenges we are facing in the clothing industry. Yes, here you can see a picture over the fiber production in the world. And as you can see, we are in the middle of an explosion. Today, more items of clothing are produced than we need. And that means that each of them are used less. So we have too much clothing, too much new clothing, too much used clothing, and this is a growing problem. If you look more closely to the picture, you will see that the rise in amount is based on the synthetic fibers. It is orange in the pictures, while the natural fibers in bottom, the blue ones, has been more or less stable all through this period. We do have a lot of labeling systems already, and often it's talked about the labeling jungle. And this jungle of labels are sometimes used as an excuse for making a new one. And it's a bit funny to think that another one will solve the problem with the many that we already have. But anyway, this is happening now, and it is happening in the European Union. And they are developing a system they call Product Environmental Footprint, and I will call it PEF in the following. This system is slightly different from the labeling systems we know from before. For instance, if you look at the European market, you will have the EU eco-label, the flower, we have in the Nordic countries the swan, and we have like the guts that are labeled all around the world. But these labels, they are put on the specific items that are better than average. If you are looking at the system now that is developing in EU, called PEF, that is planned to be a system that marks all items, all products, not only clothing, but all products on the European market. So it will be, or it has been planned, as a way of marking not only the best ones, but all. And it planned to be simple, with red or green, maybe yellow in the middle, a system that actually sum up different kinds of environmental burdens. When I talk about this system as an example now, I will use the system as it is developed right now. And here you can see the plan for PEF for clothing. It was a hearing earlier this autumn, and we at CIFO, as many others, had a lot of different comments to this plan. So it is this plan I'm talking about, not the intentions in EU, but the plan as it looks like today. And I am not the only one that has reactions to this. Actually, it is also a campaign that is launched called Make the Label Count. And they have different issues with the PEF system that they want to be changed for the system to be fair and good enough. I can't talk about all of them because they are actually quite many, but I will talk about a few ones. One important thing is actually the synthetics. The problem with degradability and also the problem with microplastic are not counted for in the PEF system. That means that all the problem with the synthetic fibers are not taken into account, and the system therefore are biased in a way that the synthetics don't have a burden where in general people will think that this is actually disadvantage for the synthetic fibers. And this picture is showing different sources for microplastic pollution to the ocean. And here the textiles are like on the fourth worst to contribute to microplastic. I don't think this is easy to say for certain, but we do know that textiles actually are contributing to microplastic pollution, both in use to air and water, and also when it becomes waste. And another issue that is close to my heart, because it is about the use phase of clothing, which I work most with, is that the PEF system, as it is today, don't have a good way of working with the lifespan of clothing. And that means that it actually, in a way, compare items that are used once or not at all, with other pieces that might be used 1,000 times. And in Norway, this discussion has the bunad, our national costumes, as its most obvious picture, because this is clothing that we are really proud of and that we are using our whole life, and that is also going to be passed on to the next generation. In the PEF system, as it is today, the life, how long a garment is going to be used, is measured in strength. And as you might know, the polyester is the most strongest fiber we have, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we use polyester longer than other clothing. Another problem with the PEF system is that it is also based on LCAs for textiles and clothing. And the biggest and most used system for this today is the Higg Material Index. And this index is not open, it's not democratic, and it is not fair. If you look into it, if you pay and go in to have a look, you will see how the natural fibers are regarded as so much more polluting than the synthetics. And this is really a problem, not only because probably Higg index is going to be used in PEF, but also because the LCAs behind the Higg index have the same unfair way of treating synthetics compared to natural fibers. So the LCAs behind the Higg index are not necessarily open, not necessarily democratic either, but the most difficult part of it is that they are not made to be compared. They don't have the same system that make them actually comparable. It's a little other question as well, such as that the use phase is not taken serious in the LCAs either. So we do have the same problem, that we are comparing items and not the use of the item, which is actually the thing that is most important when it comes to environmental impact. For a long time, we have already seen how the synthetic industry is greenwashing their own products. A good example of this is from the meeting in Glasgow discussing the climate change. And the garments that was made for the volunteers, 1,000 volunteers, was made of synthetic fibers, polyester, acrylic mainly. And we can see how this is marketed as greener than other products. If you think of it, it is actually necessary for the textile industry to have polyester to become the green if they are to continue growing, because the natural fibers don't have the potential actually to grow in the rates that are wanted by the huge global fast fashion and sport industries. So this kind of labeling or greenwashing, I will say, of synthetic clothing, we have seen it already coming. And to say that a garment is 100% sustainable is, of course, not true. Even though the fiber might be better than other fibers, we have all the other stages in the production of clothing that impact the environment. The problem with this sort of labeling is also that the consumer might think that it is a good idea to buy this clothing. And therefore, it actually has to be quite different environmental burden from these products that to make the system change towards less environmental impact. Because if you are thinking of it, is it right to choose this one or that one? Or is it better to think, do I really need the item in the first place? We need to have less production and less consumption of clothing to make real change in this sector. And it is the overproduction and the cheap clothing that makes it difficult to turn into new business models like repair, like renting, like second-hand clothing market. So the problem with the labeling system is that, first of all, it don't necessarily point to the most modern environmental friendly products. And second, it is also making it easier to continue buying too much. Yes, so my answer is no. We don't have the knowledge today to make a good system for the apparel sector. We need more knowledge about the use phase and also more knowledge on how to compare the synthetics toward the natural fibers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction and the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dorothy Lovell and I lead the OECD's garment and footwear sector work at the OECD Centre for Responsible Business Conduct, and it's my pleasure to join you here today at the 79th plenary meeting to speak about due diligence for responsible supply chains in the garment and footwear sector and consider the role of product labels in supporting companies to conduct business responsibly according to global RBC, Responsible Business Conduct standards, and also address some of their limitations and some ways that OECD may be able to help. So the guidance that we're talking about today, it's government-backed guidance negotiated between business, trade unions, and civil society. And it seeks to establish a common understanding of due diligence in the garment and footwear sector aligned with the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises. And the common goal is to help companies source responsibly, preventing and addressing human rights, labor rights, environmental and integrity harms in their supply chain. The guidance targets all companies operating in the garment and footwear sector seeking to implement the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, from raw material producers all the way through to retailers. And it's also relevant for small and large companies alike. And the guidance can also serve as a reference to sector-wide initiatives seeking to support companies to carry out risk-based due diligence through collaboration. And it takes into account the different typical business relationships and structures in the supply chain, including, for example, the role of intermediaries. And the guidance provides a 6-step framework, a management process, and recommendations to support a company in identifying, addressing, and accounting for the risks and impacts it's linked to in the supply chain. And given that companies should prioritize risks based on their severity and not the proximity or whether they have a contractual relationship with the entity causing harm, information needed for fulfilling these steps can be sometimes not easy to obtain, especially for upstream risks such as cotton under discussion today, where there may be visibility and information flow challenges. So this is where we can turn to how product certifications and labels may be able to help companies in doing due diligence. And for upstream risks particularly, it may make sense for companies to turn to such initiatives which have expertise. Perhaps they've got people in the region or in the production processes or in the fields that can support preventing and mitigating the identified risks and impact that a company does need to address, no matter where they are in the supply chain. These types of standards could also bring other advantages. Obviously, the experience, scale, and sometimes even cost efficiency. And how they can play into the due diligence approach is obviously providing that link between the company's obligations. So companies have the responsibility for their own due diligence risks and impacts, but they are also encouraged to collaborate to address these risks. And that can, of course, include sharing information, collaborating on standards at the farm level or remedy schemes, etc. So what are some of the limitations? So in my view, there are a few limitations, but I'll focus particularly on the issue of alignment with global standards, which is so important for companies who need to demonstrate their due diligence as well as their contribution to sustainable development. Alignment with OECD standards. OECD standards on responsible business conduct push companies to take a management approach to understand and address risks. And it seems clear that product level certification can add assurance and supplement a due diligence approach. For example, a certification can help answer a company's simple binary question on a particular product risk, such as, does this product contain harmful chemicals or not? However, for other risk management issues, it can depend a little bit on the risk. 100% guarantees, for example, forced labor free, are problematic for risk management more broadly. However, it might be useful for a label to assert that appropriate risk management systems are in place, such as this product was produced by a company that is responsibly managing its forced labor risk. And the second bullet under alignment with OECD standards, companies should really understand what a label covers and what it doesn't. If a company's risk assessments reveal that its most severe risks related to cotton are perhaps child labor in the cotton field in the countries it's sourcing from, providing a label to consumers that asserts responsible production processes at the cut, make, trim level would be not very useful in terms of actually communicating honestly and credibly on the risks that need to be addressed in this particular context. Therefore, it's very important that businesses communicate clearly on the role of labels in their due diligence through the step 5 of that due diligence process I showed you earlier. So another challenge is really the fragmentation of initiatives in the sector. So how can companies navigate this fragmentation and understand which initiatives are suitable for which aspects of their due diligence? And also for governments that are promoting the OECD standards to businesses in their country, how can those governments really understand the contribution of these schemes to individual company obligations under, for example, due diligence legislation or other policy measures to promote the guidance? In some cases, governments are actually creating their own product level initiatives, such as the German Green Button initiative. So the OECD sees a gap where more can be done at a macro level to catalogue and evaluate these initiatives based on their scope, their expertise, and the extent to which they are aligned with the OECD due diligence guidance. And to support this, we've created an alignment assessment process, which I'll briefly mention to you before closing. So the evaluation, the assessment, alignment assessment evaluates the policies and standards of an initiative as well as its implementation against the OECD due diligence guidance and assigns an assessment rating. Most importantly, the assessment drives initiatives to improve the alignment of their standards and implementation. And we can already show some results from assessments we did a few years ago in the minerals sector, where 5 different industry schemes that audit the refiner level in the mineral supply chain were initially only 12% aligned in their overarching due diligence principles and 28% in their overall alignment with the due diligence framework. But after having results from their initial alignment assessment on reassessment of standards, increase their alignment by a vast deal. And the OECD has conducted 4 assessments of multi-stakeholder initiatives in the garment sector since 2019. And next year we'll be embarking on assessments of product level certification for the first time. So this discussion today is largely preemptive, and we hope to explore further the question of how product labels can support companies most effectively in their due diligence. So I really look forward to your comments and also your questions, and thank the chair again for this opportunity. I would just finally flag an important annual event that we have each year. Our Garment Forum takes place 23rd to 24th of February, and you can see more information on our website, and I hope you'll join us. It will take place virtually. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction and opportunity to speak today. And hello to the other panellists. I'm Fabia Pryor, the Brand Impact and Community Manager at Country Road, the iconic Australian fashion lifestyle brand. To begin, I'd like to give an acknowledgement of country, as is customary in Australia. Country Road celebrates the lands and waters that give us life, into which the songlines, stories, songs, ancestors, and dreamings of First Nations peoples are woven. May we pay respect to all First Nations people, past and present, for their generosity and custodianship of country. We demonstrate our respect for First Nations peoples through our commitments to environmentally sustainable business practices and to working collaboratively and ethically to increase First Nations inclusion in our business and the Australian fashion and lifestyle industry. Today, I'll be speaking about Country Road's approach to responsible cotton farming. And with the theme of labelling in today's session, I'll touch on how we tell these stories to our community to bring them on the journey, including how we label products. At Country Road, we have responsible sourcing practices in place for all our key raw materials. We're committed to supporting responsible cotton farming and do so through numerous different programs. We use organically grown cotton in select ranges, recycled cotton in other ranges. We support the Better Cotton Initiative in its aim to improve the environmental and health and wellbeing impacts of cotton production. We source Australian cotton, and we have an Orotane partnership, which enables us to trace the cotton in our verified ranges back to local farms that support better land management. We have the Biodiversity Project, which is our partnership with Lcas Australia, supporting revegetation of Australian cotton farms. In today's discussion, I'm going to predominantly focus on these last 3 areas: using Australian cotton or local sourcing, our Orotane partnership, and the Biodiversity Project. But before I do, I wanted to highlight our use of the term organically grown as opposed to organic cotton. In light of our topic conversation, labelling, I thought this worth calling out. We really focus on using the term organically grown to be very clear that we're talking just to the growing of the cotton and not talking to organic products as a whole. So Australian cotton. We use Australian cotton across our divisions, men's, women's, kids and home. By using Australian cotton, we're investing in our local farming communities and supporting growers who are leaders in responsible farming practices, both in their use of water efficiency and in their drought-resistant cotton varieties. We value the provenance of our products and strive for visibility of where and how our raw materials are farmed. Hence, we became the first Australian fashion retailer to partner with Oratain, a journey that we began in January 2020 with one of our most iconic styles, the Heritage Sweat. Since then, the verified Australian cotton range has expanded to include tanks, tees, shorts and dresses. We partner with Oratain to scientifically verify the origin of our Australian cotton in those verified ranges, to strengthen our commitment to local farmers and responsible sourcing. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with Oratain. They're an independent organisation dedicated to transparency, and they've gathered samples from the major cotton producing areas around the world and tested them to develop chemical fingerprints that they can then use when we provide them our samples to determine the origins of those fibres. When we can trace where a natural fibre comes from, we can ensure higher quality as well as better land management. Our ongoing work with Oratain strengthens our support for Australian farms. Through Oratain, with our Heritage Sweat, we can trace those fibres back to a small number of Australian farms that support BCI and sustainable farming practices. I should say more sustainable farming practices rather than being absolute there. So supporting local. Look, there's a big why behind why we do this, and there are numerous reasons. So not only are the whys those that I discussed already, our support of local farmers, our support of more responsible farming, but also we know that our customers really want this as well. So 64% of Australian consumers indicate their support for onshore manufacture, even if it's more expensive. 80% of Country Road members support Country Road using wool and cotton, and not only do they support it, they see it as very important. And 76% want to know the origins of materials used. With these stats in mind, for us at Country Road, not only is it important to be supporting local growers, but it's equally important to be sharing that story with customers so they can engage. There's no point doing that and not sharing that with customers, because we know that they want to be there, they want to be part of that journey, they want to be able to shop it as well. So we engage our customers through numerous means, comms in store, our channels, socials, editorials, campaigns, EDMs, and our digital publications like Live With Us. And we also have edits that allow customers to shop by their values. So we have an Australian fibres edit that you can see up here on screen, and also the verified Australian cotton edit, also seen on screen. So these perform really strongly, and again, just amplify that there is interest amongst our customers in supporting local farmers. When you shop by Australian fibres or the verified Australian cotton edits, you'll see tea towels, beach towels, tees, shorts, sweats for men, women, teen, kids, all in Australian cotton. Here's just a little glimpse of what if you were to shop by our Australian fibres edit now in the women's range of what you'd see. Now, for some time, we've been interested in supporting local manufacturing. So not only are we supporting local growers, we thought, how else can we support our local community? And taking that next step into onshore manufacture was key. So we already have numerous of our ranges, accessories, belts, for instance, some shirling slides, and some of our home ranges that are made onshore, but we wanted to trial local garment production onshore as well. Now, we're really aware that there's not the capacity to just turn on the tap for large-scale local manufacturing by a retailer like Country Road here in Australia. So we've begun producing select styles onshore. And 2020 provided the opportunity for us really to start exploring that with release of our new 90s reissue Australian-made heritage sweat earlier this year. Telling the story of manufacture here was really important. So through labelling, but also campaign, in stores, online. We really wanted to bring our customers with us on this journey and to draw back the curtain and highlight the many local manufacturers that brought this product together. So for deeper transparency, we ensured we named manufacturers. We spoke about ABMT Textiles, about Kaplan Sewing and Shining Embroidery. And of course, also highlighted that not only was it made in Australia, the cotton was grown in Australia. The 90s reissue Australian-made heritage sweat was a pilot for us to test appetite amongst consumers for local garment manufacturing, their willingness to pay the increased price that came with it, and we're pleased to say that they responded really well. So we've since gone on to produce a locally made men's t-shirt, as you can see here, and another product is in the works set for release next year. With the locally made men's t-shirt, we again wanted to celebrate those people that brought it to life, so they became models in our campaign, featured wearing the shirt. Our aim really is to increase production and support the local industry within the capacity of Australia's manufacturing sector. So we will continue to and grow our support of local cotton farmers and also seek to expand, where possible, select ranges produced onshore. Now you can see here in the slide I've got a link to our campaign. I understand that these slides will be shared with you after the session, so please feel free to click through and have a look at those campaigns. And finally, I wanted to talk to you about the Biodiversity Project. In October 2020, we launched the Biodiversity Project in partnership with Lcas Australia, where we support the regeneration of Australian cotton farmlands. Lcas Australia are a not-for-profit organisation renowned for restoring and preserving the natural environment, and they often work alongside farmers and other communities to do so. Country Road has committed at least $600,000 to the product over 3 years, including an annual $50,000 corporate contribution. And the remainder comes from sales of our iconic verified Australian cotton heritage sweat. There are 3 key aims for this partnership. That is to protect soil health, to provide natural habitats for local species, and improve water quality across river systems, all by supporting local cotton farmers, so all within local cotton farming regions. We have one valley that we're working with currently, and it's been identified by the Cotton Research and Development Corporation as a key area for biodiversity enhancement. Over a year of this project, it's just been 12 months, and we've already seen 34 hectares of restoration work completed. We've seen river frontage improved across 6.5 kilometres, and we've seen habitat enhanced for threatened species, including our iconic koala, pied bat and barking owl. So what's next? Well, look, for us on the horizon, it really is to continue and expand all these programs that I've been discussing, use of Australian cotton, onshore manufacture, and the Biodiversity Project, really working with more cotton farming families to make sure that we can support as best as possible increased biodiversity across cotton farmlands in Australia. Look, thank you for the time today. It's a real shame that I can't be there live tonight to join the Q&A, given the time difference here in Australia, but I look forward to receiving any questions you may have by email through the chair after the panel. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chair, for the introduction and for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Wesley. I'm co-founder and Chief Operating Officer of Sheep Inc. And I would like to provide the perspective of a brand on this important topic. How can we all come together, brands, suppliers, and customers, to provide more insight into the global fashion industry and thereby also cleaning up and decarbonizing supply chains? For those who don't know us, Sheep Inc. is the world's first truly regenerative fashion brand, and we come from a slightly different space of the industry. We produce merino wool knitwear, and we try to use technology across all aspects of the business with the aim of bringing customers back in touch with the origins of the garments. If you allow me to share my screen. So as I mentioned, we create what I hope is innovative knitwear based on a very different approach. We have developed what we call an integrated digital supply chain, and the aim of this is to provide 100% visibility, not only to us as a brand, in order to understand our impact across each layer across the chain, and thereby improve our processes, but also to customers, so that we allow customers to make informed purchase decisions. So if we take a step back and think about why did we start Sheep Inc. in the first place, it was really a reaction to the unsustainable and intransparent behavior in the industry, which I believe can be traced back to one huge problem, which is a complete lack of visibility. The chart on the right, probably most of you are familiar with, that is the Fashion Transparency Index 2021, that analyzes the largest global fashion brands and gives them a score between 0 and 100% for the visibility or transparency. And as you can see, basically, the single brand scores about 70, and the average score of the index is 23%. So there is definitely a massive issue of companies themselves having mapped the supply chain, understanding where their impact comes from. And the real problem with this is that this intransparency also means that customers are left in the dark about the origins and the impact of the clothes they buy. So we have lost a little bit touch with the things that we buy, and also where things come from, how they're produced, who produced them. And we're not really conditioned to walk into a store and ask the really important questions. Who produced it? Where was it produced? What is the impact? What's the lifetime? What's the end of life? So in short, the industry really needs a radical overhaul. If we look at what this lack of visibility really results in, for us, there are three main issues. First of all, the increased environmental impact. We produce more than 1 billion tons of CO2 every year, and unfortunately, this is growing by 60% until 2030. There is a huge amount of operational inefficiencies. Whilst we produce 100 billion items of clothing every year, 25% of all garments remain unsold. And last but not least, there's very little oversight. Only 11% of all companies really have visibility back to the raw material stage. But on the other hand, if you look at the customers, and especially the young sector of the customers, 90% of those customers consider visibility and transparency very important purchase decisions. So if you look at the conventional fashion supply chain, the problem that you really have is that there is no visibility, and that there's a huge amount of emissions produced. And if you look at where those emissions come from, it's roughly a third. This is data from McKinsey. So a third of emissions happen at the raw material stage. If you assume that a garment produces 30 kilograms CO2, roughly 10%, roughly 10 kilograms, comes from the raw material stage. The other third comes from the processing, the scouring, the spinning, and the manufacturing in our case. That's another 10 kilograms CO2. And the remaining third comes from the use, so the washing and the tumble drying of garments, which obviously also have a huge environmental impact. So we looked at this and thought about how can we really address this issue and how can we change it. As I mentioned, for us, it really comes back to making the right decisions at the raw material stage. That is absolutely critical. So we started off to think, what is the right material and who are the right providers for this material? And that brought us to identify 3 farms in New Zealand, merino farms, that use all regenerative farming methods and highest animal and biodiversity standards worldwide. So all of those farms are strictly vetted by our partner CQ, and the way that they manage the land, the breeding, the feeding, results in their properties having a negative carbon footprint, i.e. they sequester more carbon on the properties than the sheep emit in terms of methane, greenhouse gases, or other greenhouse gases that exist on the farm. All of this is independently audited by Toito Research. And exactly the same the same mindset we have applied across the entire supply chain. So starting with the carbon negative raw material, in terms of the wool, we scour the garments only in Europe at Italy's first B Corp certified textile mill. We spin it with our partners using a treatment that uses no chlorine and no chemicals. And we manufacture the garment on zero waste 3D knitting machines that run on solar power. And lastly, all of that story and all of that impact is presented to the customer via an NFC chip on the garment. So customers can scan the garment with any smartphone and they see the full visibility of the provenance, of the impact, who produced it, where was it produced, date, locations, etc. And that for us is obviously an important brand signifier. By the way, the piece is made out of also a bioplastic, so it's made from castor beans. And it's a unique communication tool that we have with our customers. So it is our approach to give more visibility rather than less. So the result of all of this means that looking at our supply chain, we have actually a carbon negative footprint for each item that we produce. In this case, it's for our Prünnig item, -6 kilograms CO2. And that's, again, a result of starting negative by using the right raw material providers and trying to not have any emissions happening in the whole processing stage. And the use case that I mentioned before, the great thing is merino wool is a material that really takes care of itself, self-cleansing, temperature regulating, etc. So you don't have to wash it often, and it is 100% biodegradable. And the second aspect, speaking now a bit more about the technology, is that we have implemented something that we call certified raw technology, which gives us 100% visibility all the way back to the source. And the certified raw technology is a technology that we have incorporated with our suppliers. And it provides several benefits for ourselves as well as for the customers. So starting with ourselves on the right, maybe, for us, we have integrated this proprietary technology with our manufacturer. We have live visibility into all production runs. We know exactly what has been knitted, what has been finished, what has been sent. So it's a fantastic tool for order management. It allows us to address one of the biggest issues in the supply chain, which is overstock. So we really try to avoid any kind of dead stock. And at the moment, we are hovering around 1 to 2% of dead stock, thanks to this just-in-time manufacturing that we can do with this app. And the other aspect is that it gives us advanced customer analytics, because customers register the sweaters and the knitwear, and therefore we know exactly who owns what, and we can produce and we can understand where are production failures, where can we recall certain sweaters, and where can we improve steps along the supply chain. And from a customer perspective on the left, the tag is our approach to the old-fashioned label. So basically you scan it with a smartphone, and as a customer you get the key provenance data, meaning you see exactly every step along the way, which farms your wool comes from, where was it scoured, when was it scoured, and what is the impact, the CO2 impact per step. So it gives a tremendous amount of visibility to the customers, and it allows the customer to really understand the impact and the origin of the garment, and hopefully makes more conscious purchase decision. And lastly, why are we actually called Sheep Included? Coming back to the name of our company, we also were very keen to reconnect customers to the source, because using technology is one part in kind of getting the customer more involved in the journey, but fashion is a very emotional industry, and we also wanted to really get the customer emotionally involved in the story. Because we are very proud of the farms that we source our wool from, we therefore decided to have the customer adopt a sheep from one of the farms that we source our wool from. And the thinking behind this is quite simple. We just wanted to remind people that every piece of clothing starts somewhere. So we want to give them a mental image, and so the next time they walk into a store, they hopefully do ask the important questions: which material is this from, where does it come from, who produced it, etc. And one final word on the labeling, to come back to the topic of this talk. We see labeling not as a necessary evil, but we see it as a massive opportunity. And for us, in fact, it is an absolutely essential pillar for our brand. It not only helps us in our operational team to have more visibility in our operations and allows them to improve operations along the chain, but for our customers, the NFC tag serves as a key branding element and a key content and communication hub. And we believe we've only scratched the surface of what you can do with this tag. There's tons of useful and actionable information that we can integrate. And we are really looking forward to an exciting future. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm looking forward to an exciting discussion.
Greetings. It's great to be with you today. I'm Lorraine Pepper from the Textile Exchange, CEO and co-founder, and we're going to talk a little bit about consumer engagement. And what do you put on a label? What is the truth that you need to put in a label? Is it greenwashing or education? So let's dive into just a little bit about who Textile Exchange is. We're here to inspire and equip people to accelerate the adoption of preferred fibers and materials. This is through clear and actionable guidance. We convene the textile industry to collectively achieve climate reduction goals and holistic positive impacts across fiber and raw material productions. It truly is about enriching global textile industry that both protects people and the planet. A little bit about us by the numbers. We have over 660 members, about 2,400 people that participate in our roundtables. We had over 1,900 people just participate with us at our annual conference this past week in Dublin. About 550 of those were in person, and we have over 40,000 sites certified to our standards at this point in time. We have a bold, courageous mission and a vision for 2030 that includes a 45% reduction of greenhouse gases by 2030. The plus, what does that mean? Well, it's grounded in soil health, biodiversity, and water. Yes, we want to reduce those greenhouse gases. It's imperative that we do for the health of the planet and the people that live here. But we have to do that in the context of things that drive positive impacts. The other thing that the plus sign does is it's about partnership. And what does that partnership mean? Well, it's an all the above strategy. It can't be business as usual anymore. That is going to lead into serious consequences that we do not want to face as a people on this planet. So it's about slowing growth. It's about more durable goods. It's about different kinds of growth that are still economically viable and healthy, but it's reconfiguring business as usual into something that is business that's healthy for the planet. Part of that strategy is an aggressive substitution of materials that are more preferred, whether that's preferred land use, preferred water use. It's got to be, along that journey and that continuum that we'll talk about in just a moment. There's also a big innovation gap. We really need to understand the implications and the positive opportunities that are there with both circular solutions and regenerative agricultural solutions in all of our land-based fibers. This is what it's going to take, an all the above strategy to get where we need to go. And that brings us to this direction of travel. We need to move away from that status quo that has been creating the pollution and the poverty and the problems that's been degrading into improved systems that minimize harmful impacts, actually into the lanes of regenerating healthy and restorative systems that are both progressive and advanced. And this is what, that looks like on the cotton side of the world. We work with about 8 different initiatives that are moving away from the status quo of high chemical utilization in cotton production into more solutions that are around building healthy soils, integrated pest management solutions, building biodiversity, watching water use. And so we have over 120 some odd brands working that have made this public commitment to 100% sourcing of cotton that is more preferred and more sustainable by 2025. So we definitely have a direction of travel in the cotton community. And that brings us to, what do we put on the label? There's some great things happening, but what are we able to say when it comes to talking to consumers, and what is the truth that we need to have in a label? Because why have a label? Isn't it all about fit, function, color, the price, the brand? You know, why have this label? Well, it's because it's also about truth. We have increased consumer engagement and increased regulation. And that's what this looks like. Increased consumer engagement means there's also increased scrutiny. It's also, what is the fiber in this shirt? What is the care that's required? Where did this fiber come from? How is it grown? Were there social or environmental considerations taken into consideration? Who actually made this shirt and in what conditions? So this increased scrutiny, this increased engagement from consumers means that there has to be increased education as well of what that means and how we work with it. Because brands want to be able to communicate the value of these products. It's no longer just about making a shirt anymore. Brands realize that they're going to have to be honest and truthful about where the fiber came from and in what conditions it's made. And so this is something that's sparking brands to have more engagement around what they put on a label and how they engage with the consumers. An engaged consumer is going to give you more scrutiny. They're going to read, just like we read the labels on our food, you know, we're going to need to start reading labels about what's in our clothes. It's also led to increased regulation. That increased scrutiny is like, what is the fiber in this shirt? That's already regulated. Where did the fiber come from? So while there's, you know, this shirt was made in X country or Y country, there's a country required for manufacturing. There's still very limited visibility on the country of origin for the fiber. And so that has led to a number of different certification programs, as well as the use of other traceable systems, as well as DNA markers and soil markers in order to understand where the fiber is coming from. There's also more scrutiny involved around how it was grown. Is it certified to a certain standard? Is there a chain of custody that guarantees that the product that was grown is in this shirt? And the whole social component, not only in the production of that, but in the manufacturing, like who made this shirt and under what conditions. And one of those best examples is fair trade. So there's different situations that are happening all along that are increasing scrutiny from the regulatory bodies. And it's something we're going to have to pay attention to. When is it greenwashing? Well, it turns into greenwashing when you're not representing the truth. When you're trying to make a better light of what's going on that product rather than, you know, the absolute truth. There's also things that you could say in a corporate report, for example, to say we're supporting this much, you know, better cotton, or we're supporting this much organic cotton, or we're supporting cotton projects in Africa. You can make that claim in a corporate social responsibility report. But you cannot make that claim on a product unless you can back it up with a chain of custody standard to say, this shirt is made from organically grown cotton. You're going to have the chain of custody. So you can't make a product claim without having the chain of custody and the certification. So that increased scrutiny means that you also must have the truth behind it and be able to back it up. So what is actually a sustainability claim? Well, sustainability claims are the words or images that are used to set apart responsible products, processes, businesses, or services, only if you can back them up. So a credible sustainability claim is clear, it is accurate, it is relevant, and it's based upon a system that is transparent and robust. It's worth asking, what product or service does this claim cover? What type of claim is being made? What sustainability attributes does the claim cover? And how is this claim verified? If you have a credible claim, these questions are going to be easy to answer. You need to make sure you're choosing the right words. If you're choosing the word sustainable within your claim, it's important to note its significance. It has to have all three pillars in order to make sure that it's legitimate. So you need to make sure that you are following the laws of the land. So using terms like recyclable, eco-friendly, ethical, or responsible, if it's not true or substantiated, it can also be legal in many nations. So we always recommend seeking legal counsel when making claims to ensure that you're not violating regulations in the country of sale. Again, each country now has different criteria when it comes to use some of these broader eco terms. We recommend really engaging with and using standards because they can verify the sustainability attributes in that product, and they can be used to back up claims and make them more credible. And there's a whole family of different types of standards that are in place and available to help substantiate those claims in order to, give you that information that you need in order to make that claim. In addition to that, there's a number of resources that are available. We've highlighted some of them here. There's also down here in this right-hand box, some articles about greenwashing of where that threshold is. So I would encourage you to do your homework and make sure that wherever the point of origin is clearly understood, but that you're following the laws of the land where that product is for sale. And so bottom line, here's our recommendations. We feel like as ICAC, you're here to represent the production, the farmers in all the different countries. So I would say these different markets are also market opportunities for farmers that are implementing these best practices around sustainability. So it is about supporting farmers' ability to engage in the increasingly complex marketplace, make sure they have adequate training, making sure that cotton is of highest quality, not only in the fiber itself, but also in the harvesting and handling. It's also ensuring and making sure they have access to participate in some of these identity preserve programs. And I would also say, make sure that you're working with reputable organizations. And I would say leverage the existing standards. ISEAL is great. There's a number of standards that are there. And of course, we always believe in leveraging the farmer's voice. The farmer is the ultimate steward for the land and the one who has the best story to tell. If you have any other questions for me, happy to oblige. My email is here. It's lorraine@textileexchange.org. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you to our 6 speakers, all very interesting, coming at the subject from different angles, and some very interesting points that were brought out during their presentations. So I'm now going to ask for questions, and please put your hand up and ask the question. It's really difficult to try and monitor the questions in the chat and on my phone, I hasten to add. So I know there are lots of questions, but please try to do that by raising your hand. Do we have anyone brave enough to raise their hand and ask a question? I think I've answered the question from Naveed from Afghanistan, so that Naveed, you can take your hand down. Well, let me start off then, while you build up enough courage to ask a question by raising your hand, and I'm going to put this question to Michael. Michael, as the proud owner of a couple of Sheep Inc. Sweaters, and having adopted 2 sheep, Matilda and Sean, I love your product, and it's been a great inspiration, I think, for labeling. There are 2 questions I really want to ask you. The first one is, what type of information would you like to see that is mandatory and included on all the clothing labels? And also, looking at Sheep Inc.'s technology, do you think that could be applied to other brands or industries as well?
Hi, guys. Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me. Thank you for the question, and thanks for your kind comments on Sheep Inc. I'm very happy to hear that you have adopted some sheep already. In terms of what kind of information we regard as mandatory on labels, look, I think ultimately it is about the accountability by brands, and we have to think as brands what really helps the customer to make conscious purchase decisions. Because at the moment, there was a lot of talk about the path, which I'm going to speak about in a second. But if we just think about the moment and the current state of the labeling requirements, it's just incredibly limited, right? From a perspective of a customer, I know about fiber content, I know what the country of origin, I get some washing and care instructions. In most regions, you don't even know about the manufacturer, and that is about it. And whilst I agree with some of the key criticisms of the PEFs, which is obviously that it leaves out the importance of biodegradability, of microplastics, of also the life of a garment, which we fully support with our approach to design and production. I think we desperately need some sort of measurements. So probably the most practical solution is almost to take what PEF is at the moment and just incorporate some of those key elements that I would suggest. And for me, also slightly disagreeing potentially with some of the previous speakers, I think it is equally important to understand where the garment comes from, as it is to what happened during the life or after the life to the garment. And from that perspective, I would definitely vote for something for information that is as easy to understand and actionable by customers, and that is very similar to the food nutritional system that has also taken a while to be adapted. But by now, I think everybody knows exactly how it works, and it's also very much relatable. So again, I think in terms of what's mandatory, I think it should be a list of suppliers. So to understand not only country of origin, but also who are we working with, the material, but also ideally a CO2 impact. So ideally a fully certified CO2 impact per garment, the water impact, the chemical impact, and if we can bring in also what happens with the item after the use of life, which is this biodegradability point, I think that's absolutely essential. People before me already said 65% of all garments are currently petrochemically produced, and I think 85% of all garments land on the landfill. So that's definitely also something that I would urgently include. And the last aspect, which has also been mentioned, the product lifespan is also definitely something that cannot be underestimated, because as I mentioned, if we produce 100 billion garments every year, unfortunately the average use is somewhere around 3 to 5 to 7 times. And if we would all take better care of our garments, like frankly our fathers and parents and grandparents did 30 and 50 years ago, I think then we wouldn't have all this mess. We would also cherish our garments more. There would be more value attributed to those garments, and we would potentially darn a hole ourselves, and thereby also even increase the value of the garment. So I know this was a long answer to your short question, but I think that's definitely what's essential to more bring to the customer in terms of visibility, those key elements. To your second part of the question, by the way, whether this technology that we are using could potentially solve some of those aspects, I definitely do think it has the potential. So we have deliberately designed and developed the solution in a way that it can be also adapted by other brands, by the fashion brands within the wool space, within the cotton space, within using any other materials, or by other brands outside the fashion space. My personal background is actually the B2B technology space, so I know quite well what it takes to make a solution ring-fenced and make the solution also useful and practical by other users. So what we're working at the moment is that we integrate with the various solutions in the fashion space that are commonly used, e-commerce, software, ERPs, other infrastructure pieces. And in 2022, we actually look to go to market with various tiers of this solution to use by other brands.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much indeed. Again, I'm taking messages that are being sent to me, Pakistan. They're now coming in. So Pakistan, can we give the floor to Pakistan, please? It's just a short delay while they get connected. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I have also a question from Michael. What would be the minimum agreed points for the levels in both high and low end markets? Can we agree on a minimum information for the labeling for both the markets, high end markets and low end markets?
Michael, can we give the floor to Michael, please?
Market and low end market. Are you speaking about the high end fashion market and fast fashion area? Second.
Michael, just repeat that. You were cut off.
Can I question? Was the question related to the high end space of the fashion market, the premium segment, and the lower end pricing level, i.e., the fast fashion market?
Pakistan?
Yes, it's about fashion markets.
Type of markets. To be honest, I don't necessarily see a big distinction between the premium markets and the lower price part of the market. On the opposite, I do think it is not bad if some labeling requirements require more work on behalf of the brands to understand their supply chains and really map the supply chains. I don't think it's easy enough to say that a garment has a low price and is in a low end price of the market, and therefore potentially some labeling requirements are reduced. I would definitely have the same approach for the entire market. And if that means that some of the very cheaply produced garments will potentially have to go out of the market, then I would say those garments then potentially are not going to be so much missed.
Thank you. We have a question from Dr. Ibrahim. We're going to see if we can try and connect with him this time. Otherwise, I've got a few more that are coming in through the chat to me. Dr. Ibrahim, hopefully we can connect with you. Doesn't look like we're good.
The floor.
Okay. I don't think he has. So there was obviously a problem connecting with him. Okay, so let me move on very quickly because time is running short and there are lots of questions. But please put your hand up. You don't have to send them to me for me to ask. But here's one for Dr. J Daystar. Jesse, is there any timeline for the inclusion of microplastics into an LCA metric and to product labels? Can we give the floor to J Daystar, please?
Hey, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, microplastics are certainly a big area that we're keenly focused on and measuring how our garments shed plastics and how those plastics do or do not biodegrade. There's several different initiatives going on that are working to quantify this and to create a life cycle assessment metric. One is called Marilka. It's led by Dr. Anne-Marie Boulet in Canada. And the timeline right now is looking towards around 2025, a consensus-built, ISO-compliant metric that could be used in life cycle assessments. Granted, it is research and consensus-built metrics do take time. So that's the target. We'll see how that pans out. But we are at Cotton Incorporated actually helping fund a graduate student to assist in this effort and are engaged along the process. So I encourage folks who are interested, you can reach out to me and I can connect you with that effort if you're interested. And I think actually, as we do move to include this type of metric and tools such as the Higg Index and just generally in life cycle assessments, we'll have a much more fair and balanced approach towards understanding the environmental impacts of our clothing, particularly as we speak towards synthetics and petroleum-based materials, even beyond textiles, as compared to natural fibers that biodegrade and don't persist in the environment for very long periods of time.
See, and if any of the other panelists want to add anything to these questions, please raise your hand so we know that you want to speak and we can add you in. I have a question here for Larea. Larea, it seems like there is more demand for truth in labeling and also more distrust of claims. What do you think can help build trust in consumer claims?
Building trust in consumer claims is kind of a double-edged sword. It's about being vulnerable as a brand to tell them the truth about what you're doing well, and perhaps even where you still, have work that's underway. So I think that building the trust and the credibility is twofold, in that existing programs that you have, you're going to have proof of impact. You're going to have certification to back it up. in order for consumers to have the confidence in your product claims. But it's also being honest about what you're working on as well. Just saying that you're doing a responsible program, a more sustainable program, that belongs in a CSR report. To try to make a claim like that on a product actually undermines your credibility as a brand. So it's when you make a claim on a product, you need to be able to back it up.
Thank you, Lorraine. And we have Professor Klepp. You want to come in on that one? Please give the floor to Professor Klepp.
You hear me?
You have the floor. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you. I just wanted to comment that your trust in the interest of consumer, I think, is highly overestimated. People tend to have other things to do than to read marks and to follow codes and so on. And especially when it comes to the textile industry, the reliance on the industry is quite low. And so the trust is not there in the first place. So I think instead of thinking so much about telling consumers to change or to be this or that, it could be a good idea for the industry to concentrate on making really good products and also be reliable when it comes to informing about the products. I think that the discussion about labels also is a discussion where too much of the responsibility is on the shoulders of the consumers, while actually the industry has a huge impact and also responsibility for what has happened. And that's why I also think that Daystar's comment in the beginning was very good, talking about that the label could tell about the products. For instance, tell about the products, how long they will last, if they're going to be peeling or not, if they are, how many washes they would stand, and so on. Much more information that the consumers could use instead of thinking that the differences between one and another item really can make the difference that we are looking for.
Thank you, Professor Klepp. And whilst you're on, there's an interesting question also for you. And then we'll take we'll take Michael. Do you want to comment on Professor Klepp's response now, and then I'll ask you another question. Michael, can we give the floor to Sheep Inc., please? Can we?
Can you hear me?
Michael, you have the floor now. Thank you.
Great. No, I just quickly want to comment on what Dr. Klepp just said, because on the one side, I totally agree. I also do think this is the task of the brand to clean up and to make sure that they behave responsibly. Unfortunately, and the consumer should actually not do the heavy lifting on trusting or understanding whether or not a brand can be trusted. Unfortunately, I would say that the last 20, 25 years have shown that I think you have to come from both ways. I think you need a regulatory framework where brands feel the pressure that they have to make sure they cannot just write the most sustainable item on their product, whether it's a garment or anything else. And I do think that labeling regulation does build up that pressure for the brands to understand that they only can really make those claims if they back it up. And I also do think that the younger customers nowadays, the Gen Z especially, when there are multiple studies about how really woke this customer base is. And I do think that we may see very quickly a mindset shift on behalf of those customers that forces brands also to behave better. But I do think you need both sides I definitely agree the onus cannot lie on the customer, but unfortunately, I do think you need to have some regulation that makes the brand behave better.
I do agree with you with that. Of course, we need regulation, but regulation doesn't necessarily mean labeling. It is a lot of different way of regulate the market. And of course, I think that when the regulation now is emphasis on clothing, it is on high time, of course, and labeling is a part of it. But to think that labeling will solve the problem alone, I don't think that's true. I do agree that we have more than one part here. We have, of course, the state, we have the EU, we have, international regulations. And how to find a way that this can be working together. But so far, it seems for me to be that when, for instance, EU are looking at a new regulation, they are asking the industry for advice, not the consumer organizations, not the one that work with consumption. So actually, it is like a strong alliance between the regulation bodies and the industry, and that might skip the consumers out of the discussion, which is not fair. Because actually we are a part of the value chain, and we are stakeholders. We are using the clothes, we are buying the clothes, we are washing the clothes, we are living our life in the clothes. So I think that as it is today, the consumer's voice is hardly heard, and it's only the industry telling about the consumers and telling about what they will tell the consumers and how they will change the consumers, instead of thinking about how the consumers could change the industry, for instance. It is, like if you have a problem in your marriage, and we say, okay, we have a problem here, you have to change, and that is what I can hear from the industry, and that we all know this is wrong. You have to think about yourself, and I mean, from your speech, I don't blame you and your company. It looks like you have done a great job in turning your work around, but in general, it is not the textile or the fashion industry that really are in the position of telling anybody how they should or could behave.
And I couldn't agree more with this. Sorry, then I may have misunderstood your earlier comment. I totally agree with everything that you just said. So let's work together to make it happen.
Good. Thank you very much, and good to see some consensus there. Just returning to the consumer, Professor Klepp, and of course, your field of research is based around consumption. So from a consumer point of view, what's most important to them in reducing the environmental footprint? What have you found?
Yeah, it is, if you look at why clothes go out of use, we have more or less 3 groups of reasoning. And for women, the most important thing is size issues. So actually, to solve this, to make better sizing systems, to use the sizing system right, and also to make a more variety of sizing is actually a very important topic when it comes to sustainability, because things go out of use because of sizing. So from a consumption point of view, it is actually very important to get help to find clothes that actually will serve you, that are flexible for your body and the changes in your body, and also flexible, connected to the life you are living, that they are able to be used in different situations where you need clothes. So the problem of clothes is actually that the industry are producing a lot of different things, but they are more or less looking the same, made for people with more or less the same bodies, the same age, and so on. So we need a much bigger variety and also help to find the right clothes. So talking about quality is not one thing, it is quality connected to how we use clothes. consumers need to know more about their own clothing habits to be able to choose better, and the industry has to stop lying and have to make better products and have also to give more reliable information about the product. So if you want to have a jeans that serve you for 20 years, you will be able to find that. And that will really help the sustainability, because we need, first of all, to have less products and better products.
Great, thank you, Professor Klepp. When I mentioned that I'm getting these texts on my private number, that doesn't mean that's I'm asking for those texts to come on my private number. Please put them. Please put your hand up and ask the question. But here's one for Dorothy. Dorothy, you mentioned the role of government. How can OECD governments both support businesses in conducting due diligence whilst also holding them accountable? Can we give the floor to Dorothy Lovell, please? Dorothy, if you raise your hand, we may be able to find you.
I cannot see her in the group.
Okay, maybe she's gone. Okay, so Jesse, another one for you. Where does the majority of uncertainty come from in LCAs, and what needs to happen to improve this? Jesse, are you on still?
Yes.
Please give the floor to Jesse. Yes, he is. Good.
Hey, there you go. Now we're on. Yes, there's a lot of uncertainty, particularly for agriculture systems. When you can go, for example, at like a manufacturing facility, you can go measure very quantitatively and accurately how much water is going in and going out, and you can put monitors on these man-made facilities. But as you get to land and agriculture and just environmental systems, it's much more challenging to quantify and measure where material is going out of the system. So when we think about cotton production, there's a lot of uncertainty in what's going on in the field, how much nitric oxide is being released, or any kind of water off the field. It's a challenge. So generally, models are created to capture those flows and are used in life cycle assessment. So those models are certainly a source of uncertainty for agriculture. Another one that's quite large is when we think about cotton, you have both cotton and seed being, grown together. You can't separate those. You can't just grow cotton and those seed. They're a plant that require both. So how you split the environmental impacts between seed and fiber is there is no scientific correct way. There are ways that are more preferred as it pertains to ISO standards and ways which are less. But right now we split them based upon an economic value. So depending upon if you use mass as a way to split it, so there's more mass of cottonseed than there is fiber, so more environmental impacts would actually go to the seeds, which is not what we do right now. But if you were to do that, it could change the environmental impacts of the cotton fiber by maybe 50%. So that can drastically change the overall results. And that is basically a modeling decision that the LCA practitioner would create or use. So all these assumptions and modeling approaches, again, if you start to compare between individual studies, create a lot of uncertainty. So it's important to realize there's, the models are helpful in some ways, and LCAs can tell you some things, but not other things. And comparing them is very, very challenging.
Thank you, Jesse. Anyone else want to contribute to that? Otherwise, I'll go on to the next question. And can I say that unfortunately Dorothy has had to go, so there are a couple more questions for her, and we'll make sure that she gets those questions and responds to you individually. This one is for Lcas. Lcas, you have said that labeling and claims can help to leverage the farmer's voice. Can you say more about how labeling can benefit producers? Can you give the floor to Lcas?
Thank you. I think the leveraging that farmer's voice and the experience is one of the things that some of the initiatives can do, whether it's, you know, Cotton Made in Africa or U.S. Cotton Trust Protocol, that you can tell the story of the voice of the farmer and what the benefits are, the direct impacts, measurements are happening there. So you can quantify the farmer's voice to say, here's the positive changes we're having, just like Sheep Inc. is doing. It's like, here's what's happening with with animal welfare and what's happening with rotational grazing and land use. So I think that there, you know, the amazing actions are happening at the farm level. So when a farmer is able to work through one of those standards or one of those initiatives, that it can take that story right through to the consumer and through the brand in order to start having that impact, that positive impact of connecting consumers, you know, to the farm and to the land. So I think using standards, using those mechanisms, using the initiatives to organize the farmers, organize the voice, organize the training to really drive positive impacts is one of the amazing things that we can do in order to really tie people back to the farm.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we just, Dorothy, if you're there, can you please raise your hand so we can see you? I believe she must have been disconnected. Dorothy?
She's not part of the participant.
Okay, so she's not back. Okay, I think we are almost at the end. I'll just here's another one for you, Professor Klepp. And maybe all of you can just summarize by adding something into this question, I think, because I think it's a good question. What sort of labeling scheme would you envision that would actually reduce the environmental footprint of clothes and textiles? Now, I know that's obviously going to be, that's most probably all of your presentations, but see if you can give something in just a few sentences. Professor Klepp.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it is important to think about that question. And I have for many years wanted all clothes to have the year they are produced, because then the consumers easily could more see how long they have them. So that is one thing I want. And then I think we need a content like the food have, you know, chemicals, not only fibers. So the content of the products, I think, is important. And then, of course, we should have more variety when it comes to how long we can expect to use it, like guarantees, 10 years, 20 years, 2 years, depending on the quality and the products. So guarantees, content, and the year of production would be high on my list.
Thank you, Professor Klepp. Who else is going to jump in? Dorothy, you're there. Can we give the floor to Dorothy? I hope you're going to answer this one. We can then come back to you with the other questions in case you didn't hear that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Dorothy.
I'm fine. Technical problems, but I've been listening throughout. So can you, sorry, just repeat that question, or do you just want me to comment broadly on what I've heard?
Well, the question that was posed to Professor Klepp, and I'm not sure if you're answering that one or answering the previous one, but let's all just stick with the one to Professor Klepp and see if we can get all of you to come up with just a highlight. And that is, what sort of labeling scheme would you envision that would actually reduce the environmental footprint of clothes and textiles?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was just taking it from a due diligence perspective. It would be a label that focuses on the most severe risks in the sector, or indeed the kind of drivers to actually address those risks. So I completely agree that focusing on the consumer phase, because we know that a lot of the impacts, environmental impacts, are in actually post-consumer, but also the fiber production phases and the dyeing, wet processing. So really focusing on, if you like, those hotspot areas and making sure that the labels provide good information, A, directions to consumers on how to reduce their footprints, and B, information about the impacts. I mean, I know you're at time, but if there is a minute, I just wanted to focus quickly on this question that came from the Pakistan delegate earlier about what do companies that just can't afford these to be involved in these labeling schemes do? And I think it brings a broader point where labels have been amazing and innovative. They've allowed business to use market differentiation and to involve their suppliers by giving them market access to really drive standards. But now the rest of the industry has to catch up. And I think the Textile Exchange has some brilliant data that they track each year around the proportion of fibers in the market that are actually under these kinds of progressive certifications. But we're almost, I think, to about 1/5 of the market. But of course, that 1/5 isn't necessarily going to grow through voluntary schemes. So I think that's really where regulation needs to catch up. And if regulation involves labels attached just to get everyone on board, I think that makes sense.
Thank you, Dorothy. So just returning to the question about what sort of labeling scheme would you envisage that would reduce the environmental footprint of clothes and textiles? Any of the other panelists want to add anything in there? One key point in particular. Larea, the floor is yours.
I think it's really important. The voluntary standards that are in place have been looking at issues that consumers care about, whether that's land use, social use, the how and where it was made. So I think more information on country of origin and of fiber specifically, and how that fiber was grown, and animal welfare and land use. So those kinds of things, and getting to the concrete impacts, which is PEF is trying to do that through LCAs. I think it's a good idea conceptually, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So if we're really trying to push greenhouse gases and climate responsibility and mitigation of climate risk, I think how our fibers are grown are going to be important. And so it's exciting to see how the voluntary standards are influencing regulation.
Thank you, Larea. Anyone else want to contribute to an answer to that question? No, I think Jesse, over to you.
Sure thing. Thanks. As I mentioned earlier, that things such as biodegradability certainly can be measured on the garment. And I think that's something that consumers certainly can understand, and it doesn't require a whole lot of training to really get good insights on that and make decisions based upon that. So I think that could be a near-term aspect that we could start to label and push towards the top of our priorities. And I think just one more thought too is that data doesn't necessarily create the change. It enables us and gives us information to take an action, whether it be on the farm or as a consumer. But those actions are not the data themselves, and the actions, take our goodwill, our effort, our attention, and motivation to be more sustainable on the farm and as a consumer.
Thank you, Jesse. And I think that is, unless anyone else is going to raise their hand from the panel, I think that would be a really good place to finish our session and hand back to you, Chair. None of the other panelists are coming in. So, Chair, over to you to close the session. And thank you to our panelists.
Thank you, Kai. Ms. Pepper, Ms. Pryor, Ms. Lovell, Mr. Wesley, Professor Klepp, and Dr. Daystar, thank you all so much for those truly fascinating and really insightful presentations. There's so much I have learned today about this aspect of labeling, and left me quite intrigued. Thank you once again for that. I'm delighted to have been part of this truly intriguing session. Thank you, Guy, for that opportunity. I hope all of you in the audience have enjoyed this session as much as I did as well. And thank you for your participation today.
Yes, thank you.
Technology. Sorry, Kai.
No, you complete it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying technology has allowed us to all come together virtually and share our thoughts, but there's nothing like meeting in person and being able to exchange ideas. I hope to see you all sometime, someplace very soon. Meanwhile, have a lovely rest of the plenary session. Take care, stay safe. And Kai, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. And yes, thank you to all of you for participating in this very interesting and very important session today. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow at the same time using the same link. So with that, thank you and goodbye.